Chapter 1931. Tu Muyun's explanation enlightened Lu Xiaoyi. It was different from using the interior heavenly transit technique, but there were also similarities. Only someone like Tu Muyun, who was in the 10,000-year-old Wither realm, would be able to understand its wonders. Xiaoyi, you haven't been to the region where my sect is, but in the western heaven, my scarlet star is very famous. The appearance of the celestial phenomenon is very unique. I have the most detailed star map here. I'll give it to you. It shouldn't be difficult to find the scarlet star. The changes in the universe are about to accelerate. Xiaoyi, I see that there is a deeper meaning behind your actions. You're not someone who goes with the flow. If you have a plan, you should be prepared. Lu Xiaoyi thanked him. To a cultivator, the greatest treasure in traveling through the universe was the star map. It was not something that could be easily shown to outsiders. It was just like how a city lord in the mortal world would not hand over the geographical map of his city to others. Of course, to them, there was no such thing as avoiding suspicion. Senior, you said that the changes in the universe are about to accelerate. What do you mean? Tu Muyun sighed. Countless people are studying the collapse of the carnate great Taos to determine their own cultivation or the direction of the forces in the region. To be honest, it's very difficult to study it thoroughly. In the end, it's mainly guesswork. I'm from the nature sect, so I don't study it in detail. I only look at the trend, and I've gained something else. However, among the 36 carnate great Taos, 3 of them are very important. If the entire heavenly Tao is compared to a magnificent building, the 3 of them are the most important pillars. 5 destinies, 5 virtues, 5 ties. Now that the 5 ties are collapsing in tandem, it means that one of the 3 pillars has been completely destroyed. If 2 of them are unstable, how long can the other 2 last? Just like a landslide, at the beginning, there will always be small cracks in the ground, landslides, withering vegetation, pollution of water sources, and all kinds of strange phenomena. These are actually the signs before the big change. When the real landslide happens, it will only take a moment. 13 great Taos have collapsed, and the signs are about to pass. Next is the acceleration stage. That's why I said that all of this might happen faster than you think. It's not the 5 to 8,000 years that everyone assumes. Lu Xiaoyi nodded bitterly. If this judgment was true, it would be extremely bad news for someone like him who needed to master all the Tao realms. He might not be able to be in his best condition during the change of eras because of the lack of time. He would miss this crucial window of time and helplessly watch others fight for the fruits of the Tao while he was powerless to do anything. When he finally gathered all the Tao realms and fully comprehended them, sorry, there would be no more soup on the table, let alone meat. However, it had to be said that Tu Muyun's view of natural change was very reasonable. The process of change in nature was often like this. It was slow at first, then fast, and finally, it collapsed. It was not that he did not realize this, so he had been strengthening his research on the remaining great Taos for the past 100 years. However, the problem was that there were still 23 great Taos left. What was the point of spending 100 years on 23 great Taos? Therefore, he decided to try his luck and buried his head like an ostrich. Now, it seemed that he had to speed up his comprehension of the Tao realm. It was the most important cultivation path. However, the problem was it possible to speed up his comprehension of the Tao realm? After Tu Muyun left in satisfaction, Lu Xiaoyi started counting on his fingers again. He picked out the remaining 24 great Taos and rearranged them. He confirmed those that he had some achievements in and those that he was completely unfamiliar with. Among the 24 great Taos, there were only 2 that he was sure he had completely mastered. He did not even need to rely on the Tao fragments. Those were the 5 elements and space. There were also some that he had mastered to a certain extent and were much more advanced than the basics. For example, yin and yang, destruction, lightning, life and death, power, cause and effect, reincarnation, and groundless. The rest were the great Taos that he had no idea about. They were misfortune, interception, destiny, inheritance, merit, holy virtue, nether virtue, time, creation, nirvana, origin, nothingness, and return to one. He had to make a learning plan. However, such a plan could never be made because there was too much of a factor in it. The Tao fragments were still his first choice for strengthening his learning. It was like a student needing a set of textbooks first. The only good news was that as he mastered more and more great Taos, the interconnection between the great Taos began to appear. This greatly improved his comprehension ability. It was a blessing in disguise. In this half-cultivation, half-government state, the first phase of their plan began to come to an end. From the statistics he had, including those that the demons had caught, those that the 6 of them had surrendered, and those that they had bitten each other out, the total number had exceeded 3,000. If he considered the fact that half of them had not been dug out, this number was shocking. This meant that the same number of cultivators in the main world had been killed. If they were scattered across the entire universe, thousands of cultivators would not even be enough for one world. However, if they were added together, it would be an extremely tragic case. Just as Lu Xiaoyi was about to set off to meet up with the rest, another guest came. It was the body meridian 5 degeneration strong man. He was also the existence that was closest to becoming an immortal in the exterior realm. Inspector Lu, we're about to part ways. I'll treat you to a drink. Lu Xiaoyi accepted it calmly. He knew that he had finally met someone who was important enough to him, a person who might have sufficient understanding of the overall sale of the heart disk. In the exterior realm, it was basically impossible for some stragglers to achieve such a level. Other than the most mysterious mastermind behind it, there must be the leaders of various orthodoxies in the exterior realm who participated in it. However, he didn't expect that after waiting for such a long time, a mighty person in the 5th decay actually came. The 2 of them drank in silence. The body meridian 5 degeneration strong man was straightforward, but he could not stand such silence. Little Yi, do you know the success rate of Tu Muyun's attempt to break through the gate of immortality? Lu Xiaoyi thought for a moment. I don't know much about the exterior realm, but if we use the interior realm as an example, I'm afraid the chances are slim. The body meridian 5 degeneration strong man sneered. Wrong. It's not that the chances are slim, it's that the theoretical success rate is 0. In the exterior realm, there might not even be a single person who can become an immortal in 10,000 years. Even if there is, it will be in the hands of orthodox Taoists and Buddhists. It will never be in the hands of unorthodox sects like us. Although no one has ever said it, it's the truth. These so-called quotas have long been decided. In the exterior realm, this is the unspoken rule. Whether it's old Tu's this time or my next time, we'll both be accompanying the Crown Prince in his studies. Everyone knows this. This is the reality of the exterior realm. Lu Xiaoyi listened in silence. Once the body meridian 5 degeneration strong man started talking, he could not stop. It was as if he had nothing to lose. Therefore, the ones who want to change the most are those of us from the unorthodox sect. The orthodox sects still have a path, so they are staunch protectors of vested interest. They are unwilling to change, but we are eager for change. This is the essence of your visit. Chapter 1932. Lu Xiaoyi naturally understood. But this was not a reason to kill the innocent in the origin world. He always believed that competition was normal, but you had to have a bottom line. Crossing this bottom line was no longer a competition, but a self-destruction of one's future. Bai Lisha continued, the body meridian is a disaster area, because us great cultivators don't have any restrictions on the half-immortals. Since we can't become immortals anyway, instead of waiting for death here and becoming a stepping stone for others to become immortals, we might as well take the initiative to change and see if we can find a chance to survive in this chaotic whirl. But now, it seems that someone from the immortal court has acted in advance. They are not willing to give us such a chance, so they sent you here. You can view this operation as an act of justice, but in fact, it can also be understood as a purge of the unorthodox sect. It depends on where you sit. Lu Xiaoyi did not agree. Senior, no matter where I sit, my attitude towards this matter will not change. Do you know that most of the cultivators who suffered in the origin world were actually from the unorthodox side? Our position determines that we desire change, but there are many ways to change. Forgive me for being blunt, but the heart plate method is the most unreliable, the most harmful, and the most unnatural method. Why don't you consider other methods? A person, a orthodoxy, as long as you want to change, you can definitely change. The key is your determination. How much are you willing to pay? Sneakily, harming others, and being afraid of losing something, you are destined to not succeed. You will be cursed for no reason and will be used by others. When you have value, you will be given a sweet date. When you have no value, you will be kicked away. When something happens, you will be the scapegoat. Isn't this the portrayal of the current situation? Elisha looked at him and pondered. Then, little Yi, what method do you think is useful? Is it what you think? Or is it what you are doing? Lu Xiaoyi was watertight. Senior, you think too highly of me. With my position, I am afraid that I can't think of a specific method, let alone a plan. With whom? Sex with the true monarchs of the origin world? A character that the immortal court wouldn't even spare a glance at was a leek that could be harvested wave after wave. However, there would definitely be another method that would be more thorough and subversive. Combined with the changing of eras, everything was not so far away. Senior, we are now in a great era. Great times call for great boldness. If we're still in an existing building, we'll knock a brick today and take a tile tomorrow. Once the time window is over, it'll be too late for regret. Lisha was deep in thought. Then you still think that the wind of buying a board cannot rise? Even if most of the people involved are unhappy people like you and me? Lu Xiaoyi nodded without hesitation. It's not impossible. Instead, he must resolutely put an end to this evil trend. He had to take advantage of the fact that the situation was still under control and before it became an irreversible disaster. If it's just a purchase, we won't pursue the matter, and we can't pursue the matter. But if they were involved in the business, they would definitely wipe out everything. This was a matter of attitude. I know that many of the exterior masters are here to laugh at us. They think that since we can't touch the roots of the upper world, what's the use of messing around in the lower world? But I think that all of this is useful. It represents your behavior in the eyes of the heavenly axiom. If you can't do it, it's a matter of ability, but if you don't do it, it's a matter of ideology. I believe that no matter what the heavenly axiom becomes in the future, there is one thing that it must adhere to, and that is the order of the universe's cultivation. Then, do you think that things like the heart plate are beneficial to order? Or harmful? Lisha looked at him playfully. If there was an exterior master like me who was deeply involved in it, would you still persist? Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Of course. I'm here to express my attitude. Not to mention the 5 decay masters, even if an exterior master immortal was involved, I would still persist. Moreover, I have to persist. Not only me, but also all the interior masters. If not, how can we show our attitude of eliminating the strong and helping the weak? To us, we're not afraid of the enemy's background, but we're afraid that the enemy's background is not strong enough. It's all an act. What's there to be afraid of? If we poke the sky, someone will naturally come to mend it. What's there to be worried about? Lisha was silent for a long time. He had both gains and losses in this conversation. More importantly, he wanted to know what this young genius of the sword vein wanted to do. Would he be like their sword ancestor, who dared to pull down the great Tao? If so, he would consider whether the body vein was involved. This was a major matter that concerned the orthodoxy of a lineage. He couldn't jump to conclusions easily, so he came to test him. But he found that this little guy was good at pushing Tai Kai. His words made one's imagination run wild, but they were watertight. He was very familiar with this little guy's actions in the main world. It could be said that the things he did were not inferior to Li Wuya's in the past. But hearsay could not influence his decision. He still wanted to see this person's ability with his own eyes, and more importantly, his character. The gains and losses were equal. From the current situation, the losses were greater than the gains. Even if he admitted that the body vein was involved, This person had no intention of tolerating it. He could only say that this was a very opinionated person who was very clear about his own path. In the short term, it was a bad thing, but not in the long term. He decided to take a gamble. He wanted to test this person's bottom line. In the body vein, there are a few people who are more deeply involved. It is also because of their existence that so many people in the body vein were unresigned to being involved. We have always relied on our bloodline, but after millions of years, the path of our bloodline has become narrower and narrower. Not to mention us humans, even the ancient beasts of our bloodline ancestors have gradually withdrawn from the stage of cultivation history. The collapse of the Great Tao seems to have nothing to do with our body vein. It is also because of this that everyone is anxious in their hearts when they see it. They only hate the limitations of their orthodoxy and can't participate, so they have the desire to buy and sell the Great Tao heart plate. They want to participate in the changes of the Great Tao and capture that trace of change. You know that our body vein has always been indifferent to the Tao realm. At first contact, we really don't know where to start. The Great Tao fragment is like a life-saving straw to us. Sai Li let out a long breath and threw out his bet. In the body vein, there are 17 monsters who can go down to the main world. 4 of them are in charge of going down to collect the heart plate. The other 13 are unwilling to participate. The name list is here. I hope that even if there is a punishment, it will be according to the law and not based on the distance. In fact, Strongman was very clear that if he really investigated, these 4 people would not be able to hide. Investigating a case in the cultivation world was not as difficult as in the mortal world. There were many methods and countless secret techniques. How could they keep a secret? Moreover, there were always voices of opposition in the body vein. Chapter 1933. At the predetermined location, the interior geniuses began the summary of the first stage. Among the thousands of suspects, they needed to find the real sellers and dig deeper into their background based on the information they had obtained. Among the thousands of people, only a few were willing to cooperate. Most of them did not trust the Empyreans of the interior and did not believe in their promises. They believed that betraying their friends would make it difficult for them to advance in the exterior realm and even cause them to be retaliated against. Therefore, there was not much valuable information, only a few dozen, including the information that Lu Xiaoyi had obtained from Strongman. Lu Xiaoyi presided over the meeting and was responsible for asking questions. First of all, do we need to continue with the first stage of the search? Now that we've locked onto more than 3,000 people, we can be sure that at least another 1,000 people will be caught. The key is it worth the time? Should we focus on digging deeper? Or should we widen the net first? Should we pursue time efficiency? Or should we work slowly? Marching Monk's opinion was very pertinent. I don't think it's appropriate to expand it further. How much more useful information can we get by adding another 1,000 people? We'll lose precious time instead. Cutting the Gordian knot and digging deeper before they had fully formed an offensive and defensive alliance was the main point. Our biggest advantage is that we can exchange information through the Jade Booklet. They can't, so they can only rely on word of mouth. If we drag on for too long, we'll wait until they've spread the information and cover it up gradually, increasing the difficulty of the investigation. Therefore, it's better to enter the second stage as soon as possible. The vote was unanimously passed. Lu Xiaoyi showed that he did not specialize, while Marching Monk showed that he had meticulous control of the overall situation. So, there are dozens of suspicious targets here. We can't investigate them all at the same time, so we can only choose the most valuable among them. Then, you can speak freely about the most valuable ones. Marching Monk was the most flexible. This is simple. 2 principles. One is to choose the most directional one, and the other is to choose the unorthodox path. I think that we'll divide into 10 teams with 4 people in a team and Lu Jun will be in charge. Because it's very likely that we'll fight, we can't have too few people. We've already reached an agreement with the mainstream of the exterior realm, so there won't be any large-scale conflicts. However, small conflicts are inevitable. Everyone should be mentally prepared for battle. Everyone agreed that it was a good deed. This phase of the operation included locking up and arresting people. The heavenly eyes didn't allow them to be rough unless there was evidence. But if there was evidence, how could they interrogate the person without taking him into custody? This was also the most dangerous stage. Lu Xiaoyi complained to Qing Xian using his consciousness. "Ma Lu, where's your usual agility? How could such a simple opportunity to show his face be snatched away by others? This guy is going to stir up trouble." Qing Xian said coldly, "Let him jump. If he doesn't jump, how can we get rid of him? It's not appropriate for you to ask and I'll answer. We're both from the fifth ring. Right now, these people's biggest taboo is to listen to the orders of the same realm. This will make them feel insecure. Even if everything we do is for the public good, we will still be used by people with ulterior motives. It is better not to open our mouths." Also, the monk's two principles were actually missing the most crucial one. We should first find the suspects with the most concrete evidence. Only then can we act freely. Otherwise, once the wrong person was caught, it would be a matter of right and wrong. There would definitely be someone fanning the flames. This bald donkey was trying to stir up trouble. Does he think I'm stupid? Doesn't he know that we, the three pure ones, are the ancestors of this? Mother **K, I won't feel at ease until I kill him. I'll try to get it done once and for all this time." After spending so much time together, Lu Xiaoyi was very familiar with this friend of his. The biggest flaw was that he was narrow-minded. He was quite the vengeful type. Don't be fooled by his gentle and refined appearance. In fact, he would never forget what others owed him. The little notebook was engraved in his mind, and he would think about how to repay it all day long. The three pure ones had suffered great losses in the first great battle of the fifth ring. At that time, the major forces of the fifth ring had split up to fight against the enemy. The three pure ones were the main force fighting against the Buddhist sect. Among them were a few of his childhood friends, especially the three pure ones' fairies. Lu Xiaoyi had only heard about them from the three pure ones' perfected lords when he became the sect master and went to various places to learn about the Tao state. They said that they were innocent playmates who had agreed on the great Tao. It was a very platonic relationship. He, Lu Xiaoyi, could slaughter other people's realms for a woman, Bai Hua. So what if his friend killed someone? He was very supportive. Ma Lu is Ma Lu. In terms of slyness, no one can compare to you three pure ones. Fine, we'll let him jump. When he jumps away, I'll cut him down with my sword. You're so thoughtful. Whoever dares to destroy the happiness of my brother's lower half, I'll destroy his happiness for the rest of his life. Qing Xian said angrily, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you think I'm like you, destroying other people's orthodoxy for a woman? Also, don't pretend to be an honest person. You're obviously the chief disciplinary officer, but you want to leave the limelight to that bald donkey. Aren't you just digging a hole for him? When you wave your shovel, I know what you're doing." Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. Think of a way to punish that bald donkey's men at the most likely target. Don't they want to stir up trouble? Let's help them. Give them a chance. Qing Xian understood this friend too well. You want to start a massacre? Lu Xiaoyi sneered. The essence of the cultivation world is violence. If we don't make a big deal out of it, the real masterminds and agents won't really show up. I don't think we can find anything through investigation. Cutting off any link will cut off our chain of clues. Only by fighting and letting them see an opportunity to mobilize their forces behind the scenes can we find out who's behind the scenes. Just wait and see. Fighting in the exterior realm, it's exciting just thinking about it. Qing Xian was speechless. This lunatic. He didn't seem to treat this place as someone else's home ground at all. Did he think this was the interior realm? However, he also knew that this guy's words made sense. The mission this time could be said to be simple, but it could also be difficult. How far do you want to go? Trace all the way to the immortal court. That was impossible. They wouldn't daydream about it. However, within the scope of the exterior realm, there could be different degrees of completion. For example, do you want to catch some small fish and shrimps to complete your task? Or do you want to uproot the middlemen and agents of the exterior realm? There was a big difference between the two. This lunatic's intention was obvious. He wanted to uproot the carrot. Qing Xian didn't refuse because he also didn't want to be perfunctory on the surface. He and Lu Xiaoyi were similar in some aspects. They both had their own bottom line. This was also the reason why they could become friends, living in fear and trepidation. Chapter 1934. The groups were quickly divided into groups. The principle was that the strong and the weak were paired up and mixed with each other. Everyone decided on their targets and split up. This was a job that required them to wear official uniforms to prove that they were authorized by the exterior immortal monarch and the heavenly eyes immortal monarch. If they resisted, they had to be careful of the consequences. However, if the cultivators disregarded life and death, this was the reason why Lu Xiaoyi and the others had to communicate with the mainstream higher-ups. In such a situation, they were most afraid that someone would incite a group of people to riot. If it was only a small group of people who resisted, they could at least resist for a while. Lu Xiaoyi was removed from the list because he was the first seat. There was an extra person among the 41 people. Did the military monk's suggestion seem reasonable? Among all the clues, only the body meridian clue had not been assigned yet. That was because the monsters were not stupid. They knew that the body meridian was difficult to deal with. They were so impulsive and gathered together. There was a high probability that this matter would fall on him. Then, they just had to wait. The Prince of Destruction of the Western Heaven, Duan Li, and his group of 4 went straight to a cloud. He was from the Western Heaven. In the group, there were also Chifan from the Eastern Heaven, Shuorfeng from the Southern Heaven, and Yudu from the Northern Heaven. This was a standard configuration of high and low. Of course, no one here would feel that they were the low one. Their target was a medium-sized cloud of spiritual mist, and there were a few heterodox half-immortals inside. In this heartplate incident, many clues were related to the cultivators here. Therefore, there was a high probability that this was a nest where the heartplates were stored. The cultivators here didn't just want to satisfy the needs of their own great Tao. It was very likely that they participated in the black market of the heartplates and acted as a distribution point. Identify their real bodies, lock them up, and interrogate them to extort a confession. If these people resisted, they could take them down. This was the step of their operation. After entering the exterior realm for a long time, they had a general understanding of the circulation of the heartplate underground market. There were regional agents, general distributors, sub-distributors, and small dens of the exterior realm. Then, there were the insides of the various orthodoxies of the exterior realm. In the beginning, this kind of business model was still relatively strict. When trading, they would focus on investigating the specific situation of the buyer. They were very cautious. However, under the drive of profits, this kind of cautiousness soon existed in name only. This was the characteristic of businessmen. As long as they saw profits, they would rapidly expand like a rolling snowball. No one would pay attention to the problem of qualifications. It was too troublesome and would delay the business. Therefore, when Lin Sen came into contact with the heartplate, there were many different rules. Later on, the rules became more and more lax. It didn't matter who you were, as long as you needed it. Here, the general agent and distributor did not charge a fee, because as long as the heartplate was used, it was equivalent to selling loyalty to them. The only question was when to collect this loyalty. However, the sub-distributors and small dens had to charge a fee, and it was a very expensive fee. This was because they had to find fragments of the Great Path for their customers, send people to the lower realm, and look for targets in the main world. All of these required a large amount of manpower and resources. There were 2 types of audiences. The first type was demons like Lin Sen, who could find targets in the lower realm by themselves. However, as the business grew bigger, the number of demons was limited. Many people were still unwilling to use this method. Therefore, it slowly spread to the real half-immortals of the exterior realm. They couldn't go out of the exterior realm, so they had to buy on behalf of others. The chain of interests was getting bigger and bigger. This was only 100 years. If this business was allowed to continue for hundreds or thousands of years, it would be impossible to eradicate this evil unless the exterior realm was wiped out. However, it was also because it was getting bigger and bigger that it attracted the attention of the Heaven's Eye and the Celestial Court. If you want to destroy people, you must first make them crazy. For cultivators, there were not many reasons that could make them crazy. However, fragments of the Great Path were definitely one of them. Duan Li and the other three entered the cloud. The closer they got, the colder their hearts became. This was because they could clearly feel the gathering of cultivators in the cloud. The reason was very simple. There was a Dharma conference here. This was the exterior realm, one of the major characteristics of the unspeakable place. This was the unspeakable place. There was still a trace of chaos left when the universe was first formed. It was filled with the power of various innate great paths, pure and majestic. The sound of thunder reverberated at the end of the sky. It was like a drop of water dripping in boiling oil. The entire unspeakable place was caught in the struggle of the innate great paths. It was a fierce struggle that couldn't be seen by human eyes. The cloud of spiritual opportunity rolled and rolled, gathering and dispersing, gathering and dispersing, gathering and dispersing, gathering and dispersing, slowly achieving a new balance. Here, the spiritual opportunity was limitless. It was the same as the interior realm, except that it couldn't be taken away. The half-immortals inhaled and exhaled to their heart's content here. After they died, they would return it to the exterior realm, completing a natural cycle. In the exterior realm, ranking was very important. It was related to the half-immortals' status, privileges, and the ranking of their immortal ascension. It was a very complicated set that the interior realm could never understand. There were 3 ways to rank high: Dharma conference, Kung Fu performance, and skill competition. Dharma conference was the most important. This was the internal motivation for the exterior realm masters to be passionate about it. He reckoned that it was also a mobile market for the trading of hearts. Those who had goods and those who had needs would gather together from all over the world. While the people on the top would talk nonsense, the people on the bottom would pinch and rub their sleeves. That was probably what it meant. This was a small Dharma conference. Judging from the breadth, there should be no more than 100 people. It was far from the scale of the orthodox Taoist sect, which could easily reach tens of thousands. However, it was still an unbearable number for the 4 of them. Yu Du asked, "Enter? Or not?" Duan Li snorted. "Enter." The Dharma conferences of the exterior realm are notoriously long and smelly. How long do we have to wait? It's better to turn around and go to the next target. But what if the next target has similar difficulties? Continue to hide. Everyone, put on your official robes. I don't believe that many of these 100 people will dare to go against you. Don't speak softly and don't try to negotiate. In a place like this, the best way is to show your identity and shock them. After you capture them, take advantage of the fact that they don't have a leader and quickly leave before they can react. This is the best way. Duan Li's judgment was not wrong. Considering the complicated situation, it was not a bad idea to cut the Gordian knot. This was a test of courage, responsibility, and determination. The interior realm masters were not bad at these things, so no one objected. Were they really going to go back home with their tails between their legs when they reached the place? Wearing the official robes was actually to show their names in the Jade Booklet. Every exterior realm master had a Jade Booklet in their consciousness. It showed their position and ranking, the orders they received from the exterior realm masters, or where a mighty person was holding a Dharma conference, and so on. When they let their names shine in the Jade Booklet, it was called wearing the official robes. Everyone present would feel it and understand that they were here for the Jade Booklet. It was like the Yamen constables who wore official robes to handle cases. They did not represent themselves, but the county magistrate. Chapter 1935. The 4 of them swaggered into the cloud, perfectly reproducing the unbridled arrogance of the local lord. Their existence on the Jade Booklet instantly made the 100 or so people of the spiritual assembly understand their intentions. Every gaze was filled with resistance. Some were disdainful, some were hostile, and some were malicious, but there were no friendly gazes. These days in the exterior realm, they had experienced too much, so it did not matter. According to experience, in the end, the vast majority of people would only be hostile. If they were truly asked to step forward and do something, who would be willing to offend the exterior realm immortals for this bit of anger? Duan Li strode forward with his head held high, awe-inspiring and fearless. No one knew whether he was truly afraid or not, but he had to pretend not to be afraid. The Inquisitor is handling the case. For the exterior realm heart plate. Boss Jiao, Wu Laowa, Feng Xiaowu. The three of you have an incident. Come with us. As for the others, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't be impatient. Don't invite trouble. With a sweep of his divine sense, he had already determined the positions of the three people. Without hesitation, he immediately surrounded them. The only thing missing was a string of large iron chains in his hand. The scene suddenly exploded. It was different from what they had thought and what they had experienced in the past. The exterior realm half-immortals' reactions were very intense. Dozens of half-immortals stood out, automatically forming a line in front of the three criminals. Someone shouted, "We don't care who you are. You shouldn't have delayed our spiritual assembly. This is the exterior realm." When did it become the interior realm's turn to point fingers? The situation had changed. It was a test of the leader's ability to adapt. Should he continue to be tough? Or should he soften his tone and reason? The situation was clear. Looking at the positions of the three criminals, this spiritual assembly should be called by them. Of course, those who came were their old friends. It was very popular to support each other in the exterior realm, because they had a very deep relationship with each other. Nearly 100 people gathered. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the majority. This was the root cause of trouble. Duan Li's mind raced. He knew that if he softened now, there would be no possibility of completing the mission. These people's so-called spiritual assemblies were held for 10 days to half a month. They were also held for 8 to 10 years. Knowing that they had come here to arrest people, he was afraid that more and more people would gather. This had to be resolved now. There was no time to delay. His divine sense warned his other three companions, "I'll go in and arrest them. Open a passage for me." It was impossible to take down three people at the same time. Retreating was even more unrealistic. An interior celestial being could not afford to lose face here. Therefore, his plan was to take at least one of them. Then, he would leave with that person. Would this group of people chase after him? Chase after him? That would leave a stain on the Jade Book for disobeying the imperial edict. Instead of using his hands, he only used his mouth. That was a show of strength on the outside but cowardly on the inside. Perhaps the next three would all be taken away. His figure flickered, and his Tao realm changed. He had already passed through the human wall. He instantly appeared in front of the weakest of the three, Feng Xiaowu. This was a second blight cultivator. The 5 decays of the celestial being were the decay of the physical body, the decay of the magic power, the decay of the essence spirit, the decay of the lifespan, and the decay of the Tao heart. Among them, the first two had flaws in their battle prowess, and there were loopholes that could be exploited. Duan Li's strength was truly impressive, and his technique was also clean and efficient. Before he could even get close, the pressure from the Jade Book had already caused little Five Feng to fall into a momentary daze. Then, he stretched out his hand, and a vital Qi hand had already wrapped around little Five Feng's body. It was the Archean Eon Cloud hand that made him famous. Once a cultivator was caught, they would be at his mercy no matter what realm they were in. Just as he captured little Five Feng, his other three companions had already displayed their Tao realms and established a passage to leave the spiritual mist cloud. This was to prevent the group of exterior cultivators from attacking together. The 4 interior monsters cooperated well and moved quickly. However, in the eyes of the exterior cultivators participating in the spiritual conference, they could not help but be enraged. They did not expect that 4 mere interior youths would dare to attack an exterior cultivator. No one knew who was the first to attack. Anyway, with a start, there would be more to follow. Dozens of spells, various half-immortal weapons, monsters, and spiritual pets came attacking from all direction. The passage was established in a timely manner, otherwise, Duan Li alone would not be able to block so many attacks. After all, he still had another person in his hands. There were many tricks that he could not use casually. As the spells collided, the spiritual mist cloud showed signs of collapsing. The 4 interior monsters leaped out in a crooked manner and quickly fled. Behind them, dozens of exterior half-immortals shouted and followed like a swarm of bees. The situation was getting a little out of hand. To these interior monsters, there were 2 types of fighting in the exterior realm, a civil fight and a martial fight. A civil fight was just like what they were doing now. They were fighting while wearing official robes. I am an official and you are a thief. I was born to be superior to you. With the official prestige bestowed by Jade Booklet, not only did I have a psychological advantage, I could even use some simple combat technique. For example, a masked thief was born to be inferior to an official. The official could shout, but the thief could only keep quiet. However, this kind of fighting style was also the easiest to provoke public anger. This was because you were not a real man. The other type of fighting was a martial fight. After taking off the official robes, both sides were equal opponents according to the rules of Jianghu. In the mortal world, if a martial fight was defeated, the thief would not run away. He could only obediently surrender to the official. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive in the underworld. Duan Li's fighting style was a civil fight. No one dared to kill. The interior side did not have such authorization, and the exterior side did not dare to completely offend Jade Booklet. This was the current situation. There might not be life and death, but the separation between the 2 sides could not be resolved. In fact, it was becoming more and more hostile. Nearly 100 people were holding a Dharma conference, and there were 40 or 50 people chasing after them. In the cultivation world, where everyone was wise to protect themselves, especially in the exterior realm where half-immortals were, it was impossible for half-immortals to make friends with 40 or 50 people who would rather offend Jade Booklet to stand up for them. North Wind communicated with his divine sense while flying. If they are not holding a Dharma conference, they are waiting for us. I think most of these people are participants of the heartplate incident. They are using this as a pretext to make trouble and calling for friends. There were a total of 10 groups of people in the interior realm. Certainly, it would not be like this everywhere. However, their group was more unlucky to encounter the collective resistance of these dealers. Dongtian Chifan asked, "We have to make a decision. Do we let them go now and give up on this operation? Or continue to lead them? If we continue to run, we should inform others for support. Otherwise, if there are more and more people of the exterior realm and we are intercepted, it will not only be the interior realm's face that will be lost. If this kind of resistance succeeds once, they will take a mile after taking an inch, and our future operations will become more and more difficult." Yudu also said, "Do we fight or keep the peace? We have to come up with a plan. We can't just bring trouble back like this. The other teams are also in trouble. How many people can you spare to help us? Why don't we just let them go?" Chapter 1936. P.S. Asking for a few monthly votes at the end of the month. I'm rolling on the ground, thank you so much. Releasing Little 5 foam was not shameful. After all, the other party was already prepared. They were outnumbered. There was a limit to the use of official uniforms. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many officials forcing people to rebel, to continue saving face or to rationally give up. That was the problem. North Wind immediately found the message from the Jade Book. "Lord Lu wants us to get close to him." Duan Li snorted, a little unwilling. As a hero of Western Heaven, he was unwilling to accept Lord Lu, who was favored by the people of Interior Heaven, but he didn't have a chance to challenge him directly. This guy appeared and disappeared mysteriously all day long. It was impossible to catch his whereabouts. It wasn't easy for him to appear, but trouble followed closely behind. This time, it was the same. They wanted to do it cleanly, But in the end, not only did they not show their faces, they also showed their buttock. The other party had gathered too many people. It wasn't entirely their fault, right? Get close to him. Could it solve the problem by getting close to him? He showed his face at the Interior Dharma Assembly and won the competition outside Hung River. Now that he was an exterior heaven, he still thought that he could do it. There was no time to think too much. Seeing that the other three were already showing signs of turning around, he knew that it was useless to oppose. He could only grit his teeth. We can't release him. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Everyone, let's go meet with the chief and see if he has a solution. North Wind pouted. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. If he let Xiao Wu go now, he would be hunted down. It was no longer Xiao Wu's problem, but the exterior master's dissatisfaction with interior master Tian's meddling in their internal affairs. Since it didn't make much of a difference, it was better to release him and give senior brother Lu more room to maneuver. If they brought him back like this, it wouldn't be settled without a fierce battle. But if it was too big and the relationship was completely strained, it would be difficult to achieve their purpose of handling the case. This Duan Li didn't have great ability, but he had great ideas. He entered the enemy camp alone to plunder the enemy. He had started but couldn't finish. Why bother? They were still wearing their official uniforms and hadn't withdrawn. This was a necessary precaution. This was because it took time for one's name to appear on the Jade Book. Of course, it wasn't because of technical reasons. It was because the exterior immortal monarch had been forced to give them this layer of protection to prevent them from abusing it. It would be difficult to put it back on after taking it off. It would take time, and no one could guarantee what would happen during that time. There were tens of thousands of exterior cultivators and dozens of interior geniuses. They could not afford to be too cautious. The exterior cultivators did not try to hide their intentions and tracks at all. In fact, they even seemed to be very ostentatious. The geniuses of the interior realm immediately understood their intentions. This was a deliberate attempt to create a group incident. He didn't necessarily want to kill them, but he wanted to send a message to the cultivators of the exterior realm. As long as we unite, we don't have to worry about the investigation of the interior realm. He didn't even have to worry about being punished by the exterior immortal monarch. The law can't punish the masses. The exterior immortal monarch was, of course, one of their own. How could he feel at ease when someone came to cause trouble in his territory? How could he side with an outsider? Once everyone was aware of this, they would all come to the rescue when one of them was in trouble. They wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The thousands of exterior cultivators who were involved in this matter could blow these interior cultivators out of the exterior realm with a single breath. As expected, the number of pursuers grew larger and larger. There were already more than a few hundred people, and this was only because time was tight. Most of them had yet to arrive. In time, this group would grow larger and larger. Of course, how many of them were involved in the heartplate incident, how many of them were just there to watch the show, and how many had ulterior motives? It was impossible to tell. North Wind was very anxious because he realized that their group was bringing more and more serious consequences to everyone. Let him go. The four of us will split up and seek our own blessings. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. This was not a solution. It might cause them to lose face, but it could solve the real problem. If they let Feng Xiaowu go and the four of them split up, would the pursuers chase them or not? Which one should they chase? Once they split up, they would lose the momentum to cause trouble. At the very least, this matter would not be too serious. Yu Du and Chifan both agreed to this plan, but Duan Li was still hesitant. Feng Xiaowu was in his hands, and no one could take him away. He had to agree. Duan Li was in a dilemma. He knew very well that once he did this, he would never be able to muster up the courage in his heart. It would become a stain and he would forever be an ordinary character in the interior realm. He would never be able to stand up straight in front of the swordsman. These three guys did not have any ambitions, but he was different. As the third Evildor to successfully transport the immortals during the interior spiritual conference, without the swordsman's cheating, he was actually just a slow-moving military monk. Why should he, with his strength, live under someone else's roof and live under someone else's nose? Just as he was hesitating, an aura rapidly approached from the front. It was too late to think of a countermeasure. It was obvious that the swordsman was also on his way. The encounter was right in front of him. Everything was a foregone conclusion. Looking at the slightly embarrassed 4 people in front of him, he had no complaint. There was no need. The last thing a good commander should do was complain about his subordinates being trash. Otherwise, even if they weren't trash, they would still become trash. This was something that would happen sooner or later. If they weren't in this group, they would be in another group, because this was the only way those guilty people of the exterior realm could resist. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. If it didn't happen, how would he have the time to waste here investigating them one by one? Luring the snake out of its hole was the best strategy, not digging rat holes one by one. That would tire him to death. Caught one. Good, good, good. You even brought a group. You guys have completed your mission beyond expectations. If all of you are like this, we can return to the interior realm to celebrate in a few days. Don't run, hide behind me. Let me meet these heroes of the exterior realm. Lu Xiaoyi swung his saber in the air and wiped the storage ring on his hand. A huge 3-dimensional banner hung high in the air. Tian Mao Enforcer Chief Lu, here to redress the grievances of thousands of wronged souls in the main world. The pursuers came one after another and tightly surrounded the 5 people, forming a big circle. But obviously, they didn't have the determination to surround and beat them up, because in the center of the circle were 5 people in official robes, especially the new one. He was shining in the Jade Book, and the light was different from the other enforcers. Because the banner was very eye-catching, the matter was obvious. The number of heart plates they obtained from the exterior realm was equivalent to the number of lucky people who died in the main world. It might have nothing to do with them, or it might be their enemy. But it could also be their own sect. Hundreds of people of the exterior realm, who were scheming, surrounded him. The crowd was in high spirits as a voice shouted, "Let go of Feng Xiaowu. Get out of the exterior realm, otherwise, you will all be reduced to ashes in the public anger." Chapter 1937. P.S. It's the end of the month. I'm begging for a few monthly votes to save my face. I've almost been kicked out of the top 100. I have no place to put my face. Lu Xiaoyi was as steady as Mount Tai. Who am I? What am I here for? Presumably, everyone here already knew about it. But you might not understand my habit. If I don't interrogate the people I catch, don't even think about leaving alive. Duan Li. If they dare to make a move, kill them and collect some interest. Duan Li felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. No matter how jealous he was of the swordsman in front of him, he knew that he had brought a lot of trouble to the interior masters. A big trouble that might cause them to leave with their tails between their legs. But the swordsman's choice was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect the swordsman to be even more unyielding than him. He was so unscrupulous. Yes. He knew that he couldn't vent his anger at this point. At least he had to put on a show for the exterior masters. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose. The half-immortals of the exterior masters were in an uproar. Some impatient ones wanted to reach out. This was supposed to be a natural process of conflict, but now the 5 official robes were stuck in the Jade Book in the Sea of Consciousness, constantly reminding them that even if they killed these people in the end, they wouldn't have an easy time. It was like this in the exterior masters. Once they left the exterior masters, they would suffer the crazy revenge of the interior masters. You want people? Sure. Cross over my hurdle. Lu Xiaoyi's consciousness retreated. His name in the Jade Book began to dim and finally disappeared. This is. Did I give up on the official robes? Did I give up on my life-saving amulet? I don't understand the rules of the exterior masters. It doesn't matter if it's one person or a group. Step over my body. If you can't, I'll take the vengeful souls of your main world. The eye of heaven has never changed in a million years. Justice is in people's heart. I don't need to explain, whoever does something wrong must pay the price. I don't care if you're one person or 1,000 people. The grudges of Jianghu are settled in Jianghu. Wherever the corpse is buried, it's settled. Little Fifth Feng's fate is already decided. You can choose your own fate. Once he took off his official robe, it was obvious that he would not be able to put it back on as soon as the battle began. The battle with the exterior cultivators would then become a pure internal and external struggle. He was the one who gave it up. No one forced him. However, it was precisely because no one forced him that he was able to force the exterior heaven half-immortals on the other side into a desperate situation. I'm alone. I don't want to implicate the Jade Book. Let's follow the rules of Jianghu. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to call the shot. Then, will you still swarm over? Duan Li, Shuo Feng, Qi Fan, and Yu Du, these 4 people didn't need anyone to teach them, nor did they need to remind each other. The moment Lu Xiaoyi took off his official robes, they also took off their official robe. Even the most cowardly person would have to face such a situation head-on. There was no other choice. This was the consequence of following a swordsman boss. You never know if you can see the sun tomorrow. And he was willing to do it. His blood was boiling. Madness was one of the most contagious human emotions. It made you lose your mind, forget your Tao heart, and disregard your future. The 5 interior realm youths stood there without compromising. The banner behind them fluttered under the spiritual vigor, as if thousands of vengeful spirits were howling. Lines of small words under the banner described the origins of these vengeful spirit. These were not collected by Lu Xiaoyi. Instead, they were provided by the Heaven's Eye to prove the righteousness of their action this time. It was only to give the geniuses of the interior more confidence. Now that they were placed here, they played a different role. Few of these names were orthodox Taoists and Buddhists, but most of them were from unorthodox sect. Just like the group of exterior half-immortals who were surrounding them. Some half-immortals sighed. What a sin. However, there were still some who remained unmoved. How determined were half-immortals? Those who sighed were basically people who came to watch the show. They accounted for more than half of them. Obviously, it was impossible to encourage everyone to swarm over and cut them into pieces. However, they could still deal with it according to the rules of Jianghu. Wasn't it just 5 people? And they were so-called monsters who had just become half-immortals not long ago. In fact, they weren't real half-immortals. In the eyes of these old half-immortals who had lived for thousands of years, they were just silver spears. In order to boost morale, second brother Wu was the first to jump out. He shouted loudly, "The exterior realm cultivators have lived for millions of years. Today is the day to die for justice. I, second brother Wu." Before he could finish his words, the sky was already filled with millions of sword lights, covering the sky and the sun. It was a pure suppression of power, simple and violent. Second brother Wu was only in the late stage of second decay. His magic power was weak, but under such pure power, it was the most dangerous target for him. Millions of sword lights spun and controlled the place around him. It was like a hollow ball made of flying swords, making it impossible for him to escape. In the next moment, millions of sword lights gathered together and a grey sword aura that didn't seem powerful slashed down. All the defenses, from half-immortal artifacts to puppet beasts, from restrictive spells to talismans, and even half of the barely condensed auspicious cloud, were useless under this sword. The past and future of half-immortals were so clear that they didn't even need to search for it. With just one sword, second brother Wu's instigation was successful. He was using his body to fulfill his word. His death was transparent, but he didn't know if he could defend his moral integrity. The change was sudden. No one expected that this interior realm brat would dare to kill people after taking off his official robe. It was as if this was not the exterior realm, but the void of the universe of the main world. 2 people rushed out, one on the left and one on the right. They didn't do it on purpose, but they were second brother Wu's friends. They saw the power of the flying sword and knew that he couldn't block it, so they rushed out to help. But they didn't expect that they were not as fast as the flying sword. They got the position, but they were gone. Lu Xiaoyi was rude and domineering. He didn't ask for their intentions at all. The grey light split again, and millions of sword lights rolled out. At the same time, they rushed forward and danced with the sword river. After 2 breaths, the sword river dissipated. Lu Xiaoyi stood with his sword and laughed loudly. Enforcer, I hold the sword and dare to be the first in the world. Demons and monsters, I'll send you to the netherworld. The great Tao of the universe belongs to the virtuous. What is virtuous? Don't bully the darkroom, don't feel guilty, and be magnanimous and selfless is virtuous. Because virtuous, the heavens bless. Since the heavens bless, what can't be cut down? This is not the sharpness of the sword, but the purity of the heart. I, Lu Xiaoyi, am here today to meet the heroes of the exterior realm. Are there any magnanimous people? He talked nonsense here, and the 4 people behind him felt their blood boil. Their hearts were itching. A real hero should be like this. Their previous worries were swept away. They couldn't wait for more people to rush over, so that they could have a chance to fight. Duan Li's heart was filled with ice and fire. The fire was that his fighting spirit had been aroused, and he couldn't help but want to rush up and kill. Compared to the wildness of a swordsman, his style was truly without an end. It was simply laughable. The ice was that his actions couldn't be hidden from the swordsman's eyes. He thought that he had brought a lot of trouble to the swordsman, but in the end, he gave him another chance to pretend to be weak. This was the case when one's level was not high enough. The same thing could be seen by different people. How could he catch up with such a person? Chapter 1938. Lu Xiaoyi's thunderous attack was unscrupulous and unreasonable. It immediately shocked most of the people present. Most of these people were here to watch the show. They did not participate in the heart compass business. Of course, they did not need to show their faces for those who stole the Great Way. Those who stole for the Great Way in the main world were also from the unorthodox sect like them. They grieved for the death of their kind. Even those who were really capable wanted to experience the power of the sword in another place, but they did not want to do it on the spot. They did not want to work for others. Those who had selfish thoughts were no longer pure. They had more considerations. Would the jade booklet go of their debts? Would the fiercest sword vein of the unorthodox sect take revenge? The other dealers were all hiding. Was it appropriate for them to risk their lives here? If the opponent was weak, none of this would be a problem. However, the opponent's strength made them have to consider more hidden dangers, especially those half-immortals from small dens. Their crimes were not serious to begin with. Would they make a big deal out of this mess? There were all kinds of worries. When they came aggressively, they were awakened by someone's iron blood. It was not a well-organized plan to begin with, so they naturally died of old age. That sword cultivator was right. If one's heart was not right, one would not be able to reach the Tao. What they needed now was a legitimate reason to fight to the death with the sword cultivators. If this reason itself was not tenable, how could they talk about morale? How could they talk about unity? They came aggressively, but after the 3 groups of celestial phenomenon disappeared, they were like scattered sand. The swordsman opposite them was a hurdle that they could not cross. Disperse. They did not dare to do anything after being slapped by their enemy on their home ground. In the eyes of the other exterior half-immortals, this was more serious than the heart compass business. Moreover, they were very clear that the exterior immortal monarch's punishment for the heart compass business was very limited. However, they would be punished even more severely for embarrassing the exterior. While they were hesitating, a half-immortal of the weakened realm stepped out from the crowd. I am Lu Yuzi. I happened to pass by and saw the interior cultivator showing off your power. I am secretly delighted. Why don't I ask Inspector Lu to weigh me and see if I am magnanimous and selfless? The exterior level half-immortals all let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yuzi, the famous itinerant immortal of the unorthodox school, a 4th blight cultivator, was currently in the decline of their lifespan, so it wouldn't affect their battle prowess. In the exterior realm, the vast majority of people were 1st and 2nd blight cultivators. There weren't many who could successfully pass these 2 stages. The 3rd blight could be called a major power. They were all reputable figures and were ranked very high in the Jade Booklet. As for the fourth blight, there was no need to talk about their status and strength. They could represent the face of the exterior masters. In the heterodox sects, such figures were few and far between. This Lu Yuzi was such a person. He had a wide circle of friends and was willing to help others. He had a good reputation among the unorthodox sect. With him stepping forward, at the very least, there would be a solution. Regardless of victory or defeat, the fourth blight wouldn't lose, right? Lu Xiaoyi put away his arrogance. He also needed a way out. Otherwise, could it be that he was really going to continue killing like this? The hardest part of acting was how to end it. He had to act big and end it beautifully. If he couldn't attract a lot of hatred, then he would have to act like a fool. He had his own arrangements and suitable candidates. Of course, it couldn't be Tinksy and the others who were also swordsmen. Strongman was a very good candidate. Unfortunately, before it was Strongman's turn, this Lu Yuzi had taken the initiative to jump out. In Lu Xiaoyi's plan, he still wanted to kill one or two more people to shock them. Then, Strongman would make a dazzling appearance. Both sides would fight fiercely and in the end, they would be evenly matched. Strongman would praise the young hero and Lu Xiaoyi would praise the old hero for being as good as ever. The real show of cultivation depended on acting skills. It was in this big show that there would be some evil moths from time to time. This was where the fun of cultivation's big show lay. He wouldn't let his guard down. If you thought it was a show, maybe it was a trap. Senior, please enlighten me. I dare not to accompany you, but I've said it first. The breaking of the heart has nothing to do with victory or defeat. Even if I'm defeated, I still have to investigate to the end. If I'm dead, someone else will take my place. Lu Yuzi smiled faintly. The heart has nothing to do with me, but the honor of being an exterior master is somewhat related to me. How about this? I won't bully you. I'll make 3 moves. If you don't die, it'll be my loss. Lu Xiaoyi narrowed his eyes. This old man was trying to trick him. Swordsmen's strength lay in their ability to control the rhythm of battle. It was normal for me to not be able to receive your ultimate skills. But if I can't receive your attacks, I can choose not to. Escaping and going to another dimension were all ways. Moreover, the principle of swordsmen was to take the initiative to attack and greatly reduce the opponent's means. That was the right way. If you let go of your hands and attack, it was equivalent to giving the initiative to the opponent, allowing the opponent to use his full strength and take what he wanted. This was very unfair to swordsmen. A swordsman couldn't fly freely with his flying sword and couldn't stay or leave as he pleased. This was equivalent to restricting his hands and feet, greatly reducing his tactical options. Why should I receive 3 moves from you? Why don't you receive 3 moves from me? Is it because you're old, so you think everything is natural? If you're deliberately guiding the younger generation, then you don't have to. This brat was brought up by a beating, not by someone's guidance. I'm a swordsman. I only gamble on life and death. It's the same even if an immortal comes. Should I take it when others hit me? I'm sorry, but no elder in my swordsmanship has taught me that. Lu Yuzi frowned. This swordsman was difficult to deal with. He pretended to be a hero, but he didn't act like one. He was pragmatic, but he didn't have face. He wouldn't give up his principles just because of the vague favor of a fourth blight mighty person. If it were anyone else, they would definitely think, oh, this senior is giving me a way out. The main thing is to practice and learn from each other. In any case, we'll all have face if we boast about each other. This swordsman was very cautious. He treated fighting as an instinct and life and death as a way to improve. He didn't take advantage of others, but he didn't lose out either. This made it impossible for him to carry out his plan. To be honest, although he was a fourth blight mighty person, he was also extremely afraid when he saw the sharpness of this person's sword. It wasn't a simple problem that could threaten him, it was a problem that could really kill him. He really had nothing to do with the heart compass. At his level, he had to see further than others. He knew that there would be a day when this kind of thing couldn't be concealed, so he hid far away. But he needed reputation, he needed to improve on the Jade Booklet. This was because there was a saying in the exterior realm. When the era changed, the chances of the upper realm would be much higher than usual. He would soon reach the fifth blight. If he calculated the time well, at the end of the fifth blight and daoist heart decay, he would be able to catch up with the era chain. He was a conservative person. He preferred to use his own familiar method to take the last step. He had this condition, so why should he learn from others and take the risk? But when he took the last step, he needed a higher ranking in the Jade Booklet. At least he could let the heavenly axiom see him. In the eyes of those first and second blight cultivators, he was high and mighty. But in the eyes of those real giants of Taoism and Buddhism, he was nothing. It's just a toad lusting after a swan's meat. The Dharma assembly couldn't help him because his Dharma assembly could never be compared to those authentic audiences. Therefore, he didn't give up any chance to become famous all these years. Like now. Chapter 1939. But this swordsman actually didn't accept his conditions. Lu Xiaoyi's rejection surprised everyone. Did he really want to be buried here? They didn't understand Lu Xiaoyi's thoughts. At the level of a monarch, he could tolerate failure because at that time, he didn't have his own power. But it was different now. He was no longer the previous him, an influential figure in the East Heaven main world. An interior heaven who held the position alone, the number one friend among women. He didn't only have himself, there were many people behind him who supported him. So he couldn't be defeated so easily in public like before, even if the opponent was a fourth decay senior. From now on, he had to win step by step and appear in front of the world as a victor until the end of the era. Fourth decay was very difficult to deal with. It was equivalent to the early stage of the ancient technique's second severance. In a life and death battle, he could rely on the swordsman's sharp maneuvering and wait for an opportunity to move. Maybe the situation would be very passive, but he could definitely kill this old guy. But if he only received 3 moves here, then he could only be passive. Moreover, he wasn't sure what other thoughts this person had. The situation fell into awkwardness. But fortunately, cultivators had divine sense besides shouting. Lu Xiaoyi's heart was as hard as steel. He could only start with Lu Yuzi. He didn't accumulate battle power and didn't walk the dangerous path, so he naturally didn't have to worry too much about this. Young Master Lu, I have nothing to do with this matter. I'm just casually obtaining a reputation from this matter, so why be so cautious and overbearing? This matter is beneficial to you, so you can step down from the stage. This is the way of cultivation. Lu Xiaoyi didn't back down. Senior, you want to obtain reputation, and I want to obtain power. How to obtain both? Although reputation is good, it also depends on the specific environment. Obtaining it now is like pulling chestnuts from the fire. Even a wise man wouldn't do it. Lu Yu's tone was cold. Young Master Lu, are you not giving me any face? Since I've come out today, I won't back down easily. Lu Xiaoyi gave tit for tat. Sorry. You chose the wrong environment and the wrong person. He had even chosen the wrong general trend, so what was the point of talking about prestige? It's just a low-level reputation that can't be put on the table. Those who are suitable are just some petty thieves. Are you sure this kind of reputation is useful to you? Lu Yuzi asked. How so? Lu Xiaoyi began to bluff. Reputation responds to the general trend of the universe. Dancing with the wind and following the waves is true reputation. Otherwise, if he were to go against the current, he would be nothing more than a cloud in the wind or a reef in the sea. Today, there is a change of heart. Not only is it the time to punish evil, it is also the opportunity to lead the way. Let's see how you choose. This is a good opportunity to shout out to put an end to theft and restore my clarity. Based on Senior's reputation among the heterodox sects, you are able to persuade people to mend their ways, and you are able to follow the wishes of the Lord of Immortals. In the future, when the era changes, this is a heavy stroke. Isn't it more ingenious than you holding countless Dharma conferences and gathering undeserving disciples? Reputation needed to respond to the situation. Eat crab dipped in ginger sauce. Here you are obsessed with giving both sides a way out, but you can't see the general trend that the heavenly axiom has tacitly agreed to. Let me ask you, are you here to joke? Lu Yu's heart trembled. He knew where he was wrong. In fact, the matter had long been clear. The exterior Lord of Immortals gave way, the interior Lord of Immortals attacked, and the power of the heaven's eyes brazenly intervened. These were not for nothing, but because they saw the situation clearly. Therefore, they had to show their attitude. This was why there was an interior monster challenging the exterior. Then, as a major cultivator who still had expectations for the future, should he take advantage of the situation? Or go against the trend? Or should he be like him and try to take advantage of both sides? He suddenly realized that under the impact of the trend, no one could take advantage of both sides and please both sides. When he suddenly understood the key point, Lu Yu immediately showed the decisiveness of a four-blight mighty person. He glared and shouted, "I won't back out so easily. This concerns the dignity of the exterior. There will be a battle between you and me, but there are priorities. People are close and people are estranged. There are right and wrong in the Tao. Barbaric killing and stealing the great Tao are also not recognized in the exterior. I'm here to tell you that a few pieces of rat feces can't spoil a pot of porridge of the exterior. Most of the onlookers here are virtuous and self-disciplined people. The fact that hundreds of people gathered here and didn't attack you is a clear proof." The old man's words were a little rush. So it seemed a little stiff. It didn't matter. Lu Xiaoyi was a smart person. Of course, he knew how to help him. "I'm willing to visit at a suitable time and listen to the elders' teachings. But now is not the right time. I'll take this opportunity to make it clear to everyone here that I'm also willing to invite a master like Senior Lu Yuzi to spread the word. Making mistakes isn't scary. What's scary is making mistakes again and again. Only punish the chief evil and not the rest. In the peaceful land of the exterior, there are more people like us who punish. If you feel awkward, we feel awkward too. Why don't you speak your mind and end it early?" As he spoke, his figure moved like lightning and instantly appeared in front of Boss Jia. The way he raised his sword made the others not dare to make any strange movements. Even those so-called friends around him unconsciously took a step back, unwilling to get involved in this dispute. Lu Xiaoyi held the sword in his hand and shouted to the crowd, "I'm punishing Boss Jia and conferring the title of Little Five. It's not for personal grudges, but for the truth. These people's final destination is not me, but the Jade Book hanging high. Enforcer Tian Yi, welcome everyone to spread the clues. I'll still say the same thing. Whoever bought the plate and who made a small mistake, these are not the problem. All the criminal records are stored in Tian Yi and will be erased. I mean what I say." He waved his hand and led the four people to slowly retreat. The hundreds of exterior half-immortals saw this and struggled in their hearts. They couldn't take this lying down, but they were also afraid of taking action. They were conflicted and in the end, they hoped that others would stand up for them, but at this time, they had lost their spirit. Who would really stand up for them? Lu Yuzi saw that it was a good opportunity, so he raised his arms and shouted. "Heads can be broken, blood can be shed, but the ambition of the exterior cannot be lost. I want to establish an unorthodox self-disciplined Dharma assembly here, where people can come and go freely. There is only one thing that is the foundation, and that is to be honest and to be strong and independent. When we restore the unorthodox atmosphere of the exterior, it will be the day I challenge the madman of the interior. Where we lose face, we will pick it up. But first, we have to be strong and live up to the heavens." The listeners were all moved. Everyone expressed their feelings and was willing to help the old half-immortal. In an instant, most of the hundreds of people present promised to join the Dharma assembly. The old man was scheming. Not only did he make a name for himself, but he also gathered strength for himself. He took himself as the self-discipline initiator of the exterior unorthodox self-discipline. As for the challenge, who would care about something that wasn't guaranteed? Chapter 1940. The five interior masters were leisurely escorting the two dejected criminals. They didn't even think about escaping because of that terrifying swordsman. North Wind was the most excited, Chi Fan was the proudest, and Yu Du was the most active. They were self-aware and had never coveted the position of the head of the interior masters. Being able to solve the problem like this was the result of the superior. Moreover, it was foreseeable that there would be more people who wanted to be the head in the future. The only way to solve the problem was when the exterior masters became the target of everyone's ire. Most importantly, they showed the exterior masters an uncompromising attitude. This was very important. While flying, Duan Li suddenly turned around, ignoring the other three. Lu Jun, do you know that I purposely caused this incident? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Of course you did it on purpose. If you didn't do it on purpose, how could it have led to such a good situation? Duan Li saw that he didn't understand and explained, what I mean is, Lu Xiaoyi interrupted him. I understand. Ever since we stepped on the path of Taoism, entered sects, and learned Taoism, which one of us isn't a dragon among men? After thousands of years, we've all become independent. We mean what we say and we're the best. Everyone is like that. At this point, no one is here to be someone else's underling. North Wind and the other two also understood something. They looked at Duan Li strangely. You did it on purpose. You're playing with us, aren't you? They didn't say anything because the person in question was Lu Xiaoyi. Buddhism has its own way of thinking, Taoism has its own way of thinking, and unorthodox has its own ambitions. We're human because we want to improve. I want to improve, so I should understand other people's desire to improve. Marching monk, from the perspective of Buddhism, I also understand what he's doing. He feels that he's at a disadvantage. If he doesn't fight, he won't be able to. It's just like when we fought when we were young. If you can't win, you'll naturally throw sand at your crotch. I won't deny that if I have the chance, I'll kill him directly. But I also know that people like him can't be killed completely. As long as Buddhism exists, you'll always have to face such opponent. Lu Xiaoyi looked at them. But my target is not him. How short-sighted must one be to be so calculative over such personal grudges? In the grand scheme of things, it was just a wave. If he wanted to bury a few whirlpools in it, the one who would be buried in the end would be himself. That's why I didn't try to persuade him, nor did I try to explain. He deserved it if he got out of hand. If there was a chance, I would help him dig a hole. If your mind is straight, you won't be able to step in. If your mind is crooked, you won't be able to stop it. Why should you care about him? Lu Xiaoyi said earnestly, but we're different. We were both born in Taoism, so there are some things that I have to say and explain. The future of the universe would be dangerous. How could one person accomplish anything? The 36 innate Taos were indeed shocking. It was not a single plank bridge where one could push others down and cross it. We should stick together and help each other find a balance between the group and the individual. That's what we should do. He let out a long laugh. I'm a bit of a loner, but he had never let his friends down. It's not that I want to be the leader, but my goal is different from yours. I want to get to know more people in the hope that when the day comes that I can't pass, there will be friends who will lend me a helping hand. The four of them were deep in thought. They all knew that Xuanyuan's background was really different from the others. The pressure in the future would only be heavier than theirs. This was the legacy of history, and it could not be avoided. Duan Li nodded. I understand. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely be there. Lu Xiaoyi joked, a person's life is a life of acting. I also want to keep a low profile and pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, but the problem is, can I keep a low profile? Then I can only act, and act to my death. You have to be mentally prepared. When I speak, it won't be a small matter. Bei Feng did not care. All right. I'll wait for your big matter. Let's see how big it is. Lu Xiaoyi and the other four escorted the two criminals back to the preset cloud of Spiritium and began to interrogate them. Then, the others began to come back one after another. The information finally began to be enriched. In this aspect, the military monk's contribution was huge. Thanks to the help of the Buddhist forces, they did not encounter many obstacles when arresting the suspects. It was the same for Qing Xian and the others. The foundation of Taoism in the exterior realm was much stronger than in the interior realm. In fact, except for Duan Li's accident, the other directions were under control. This provided a solid foundation for the work to be carried out later. As the information gradually gathered, the people's hearts began to change. Qing Xian was very dissatisfied. "You're playing with fire. Have you ever thought that if you lost control, it would bring immeasurable damage to our operation?" Lu Xiaoyi played it down. "We can't lose control. It's just a test of the bottom line of both sides. We have righteousness in our hands, how bad can it be? Just wait and see." The mainstream Taoism secretly pushed it, the orthodox Buddhism added fuel to the fire, and the major forces of the unorthodox school made their stance clear. Now there's the opportunist Lu Yuzi among the stragglers. The direction of the wind is changing. We just have to wait quietly. In fact, I've always thought that this kind of method of handling cases would not work in the cultivation world. It's not the mortal world. You can't catch their real weakness at all. Qing Xian was silent. This was actually the judgment that both of them had long determined. The key was not how to solve the case. The most important thing was to eliminate this trend and put an end to such a situation in the future. As for how many big fish they could catch in the process, it was up to fate. "I'd like to know, Xiaoyi. If you didn't solve the dispute on the spot and let it fester as you wished, how would the monk clean up the mess?" "You shouldn't ask me this, you should ask the monk. Actually, you can think about it from another perspective. If the three pure ones were behind it, what remedy could you take?" Qing Xian thought for a while. "What else could we do? We could only ask for help from the exterior senior brothers and borrow the power of Taoism. It seems that the military monk also has the same plan." "Xiaoyi, you've ruined their plan again." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "Ma Lu, don't worry about him. Let him continue to jump, we'll just watch from the side. There'll be a day when he falls into the pit. At that time, we'll cover it up." Qing Xian disagreed. "Don't underestimate this monk. I'm afraid that you'll fall into the pit before he does. Hurry up. I have a feeling that this trouble is not over yet. But I don't know where it is. We're still too unfamiliar with the exterior, even if we have the support of our sect. Your sword vein is better. You don't know that in our orthodox Taoism, the ancient method and the deteriorating state are very opposed. This time I went to ask for their help, but I only passed with a slight advantage in the discussion and won their support. But this kind of support is not reliable. We can't count on it completely." Chapter 1941. Lu Yuzi once again expanded his Dharma gathering group. But this time, it wasn't a lecture. Instead, it was a cleansing of thoughts, promoting the exterior realm, and the reputation of pure cultivation. In the cultivation world, such a reputation was actually very laughable. Horses wouldn't get fat if they didn't eat grass at night, and people wouldn't get rich if they didn't have external wealth. As for cultivators, if they didn't have any special encounters, how could they widen the gap with others? Therefore, everyone had always treated the existence of the heart plate as if it had nothing to do with them. Other than a few people who had a strong sense of justice, no one thought that it was a big deal. This was also the reason why no one cooperated with the inner realm geniuses when they came to investigate. But now that things had developed to this point, the situation was obvious. The attitude of the immortals was a bit firm, and the enforcers of the interior realm were even more stubborn. The investigation, which they thought was just a formality, had turned into a serious direction. Feeling this trend, there were naturally some half-immortals who started to take sides. As for which side they were on, there was no need to consider. The Daoist sect had its own Daoist organization, and the Buddhist sect had its own Buddhist connections. They had their own set of systems to pass down. Only the heterodox sects were more scattered, and they did not have a unified organization to restrain them. This was especially true for those stragglers who were unwilling to be influenced by the sword lineage, body lineage, and other major heterodox sect. And Lu Yuzi provided such a place for these people to express their attitude and sincerity. Actually, it meant that they had to remove themselves first. Lu Yuzi seized this opportunity and easily expanded his originally narrow circle to an extent that he didn't expect. There were actually so many stragglers, this was something he didn't expect. This made him secretly happy, and he worked even harder, sparing no effort in promoting the correct cultivation atmosphere. After a period of time, the results were very obvious, which made him very satisfied. One day, a monk came to find him. He was very unfamiliar, in the third decay realm, but from his breath, he could feel that this person was vigorous and authentic. He was a direct descendant of Buddhism, there was no mistake. Both sides greeted each other, and the monk went straight to the point. Buddhism has a suggestion. In order to ensure the prosperity of the exterior realm, considering that the enforcers of the heavenly eyes won't stay for long, it's a big problem to maintain the atmosphere of the exterior realm after they leave. If they rise from the ashes, then what we have done will be meaningless. Therefore, it was necessary to establish such an organization in the exterior realm to purge the heart pagoda and prevent similar inhumane acts in the future. This required everyone's hard work. It wasn't something a single family could accomplish. Today, I came to look for fellow Daoist Lu because I hope that fellow Daoist Lu can take the lead. When Lu Yuzi heard this, his heart skipped a beat. This was an opportunity that couldn't be any better for him. In this short period of time, his reputation soared, and his ranking on the Jade booklet greatly increased. But after all, there was a limit to the number of stragglers, and when the limit was reached, there was no point in mentioning it. He was vexed over this matter these days. However, he did not expect that someone would give him a pillow just when he wanted to sleep. If he could really establish a supervisory organization in the exterior realm, his prestige and influence would definitely rise to another level. Without this reason, why would Buddhism and Taoism take a fancy to him? This was the perfect opportunity. However, he had not been smashed by the pie yet. Why me? Haven't you Buddhists and Taoists been in charge of leading the army for millions of years? How can we, the heterodox sects, gather together? The monk smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. First of all, there are very few Taoists and Buddhists participating in the heartplate business. You heterodox sects have the most. This is the truth, isn't it? Since this is the truth, of course, it's most appropriate for you to take the lead. Otherwise, whether it's Buddhism or Taoism, the more we manage, the more rebellious we will be. Wouldn't this turn a good thing into a bad thing? Lu Yuzi nodded. What he said was reasonable. In the exterior realm, no one could resist the orthodox Taoists and the direct descendants of Buddhism. However, it was one thing to not be able to resist. It was another thing to feel disgusted and not cooperate. This was also the last pride of heterodox sect. If Buddhism and Taoism were really in charge, not to mention how far they could go in the future, the internal strife would be tiring enough. The monk continued, secondly, for millions of years in the exterior realm, I don't need to tell you the relationship between Buddhism and Taoism. It has never been good. Not only in the exterior realm, but also in the interior realm, the main world, and even the immortal court. This is a disagreement that can't be resolved. Therefore, what Buddhism supports, Taoism will definitely oppose. What Taoism advocates, Buddhism will definitely reject. This is also an ironclad fact. Therefore, it's better for fellow Daoist Lu to take the lead. Since you have the righteous cause, things will be much smoother. Do you still have any doubts after I say this? Are you worried that Buddhism will set a trap for you? Lu Yuzi was completely moved. Not only would he increase his reputation, but he would also follow the general trend and make friends with Buddhism. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Okay, where the Tao is, it's my duty. I'll take the lead. However, if the organization is really operating, we still need Buddhism's cooperation. The monk laughed. Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to you? Everyone is doing this for the exterior realm. You're not the only one. Buddhism and Taoism also need to bear a lot of responsibility for the current situation of the exterior realm. If everyone keeps to their duties, the interior realm people won't have the chance to come here and be arrogant. Lu Yuzi agreed decisively. He thought that this year was really a good year for him. Good things came in pairs and he couldn't stop them. The only doubt he had was Was Buddhism really so devoted to the public? Or did they actually have other plans? He couldn't figure it out at the moment, but he knew very well that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After the encirclement of Du and Li's group, the aftermath gradually fermented. As a result, people began to turn themselves in enthusiastically because of the firm attitude of the enforcers and their promise not to leave a criminal record. With this foundation and the guidance of the mainstream forces of the exterior realm, the selling of the heartplate became a despicable act that everyone in the exterior realm despise. This kind of direction couldn't be changed by any immortal's order. It required the rendering of the environment and the participation of everyone. However, the interior realm monsters successfully grasped the essence of the task and turned the situation in their favor. When the public opinion of the exterior realm was confirmed, everything had an answer. There were a total of 19 organizations and individuals who provided the heartplate. With the guidance of the Jade Book, no matter how big the exterior realm was, there was no place for them to hide. This time, the interior realm monsters attacked like thunder. Lu Xiaoyi issued a strict order to kill anyone who resisted arrest. The 4 enforcers led the team separately, revealing their ferocity. However, as they expected, no one resisted arrest. Everyone understood that since they couldn't go beyond the exterior realm, there was no point in resisting arrest. Everyone chose to obey and handed their future to the Jade Book. There were still a few unsatisfactory areas. Chapter 1942. First of all, the general agent of the exterior of the heartplate had not been found. This person was extremely good at hiding and had not shown up for decades. No one could accurately describe his figure, appearance, or origin. He was like an ever-changing demon lord who always appeared in different forms. Most of the time, he did not even appear and only delivered the heartplate at the agreed location. Since he did not receive any fees, there was basically no way to investigate further. As for the so-called Avilders who were in charge of the specific execution, they had already scattered and fled to the main world when the people of the interior realm ascended to the exterior realm. There was no place to look for them. This was the most regrettable part of this mission, but they could not do anything about it for the time being. There was a limit to a person's strength. There was no perfect solution. Even if they eradicated it this time, they did not know what would appear next time. The chaos of the universe and the change of eras were the hotbeds of evil that could not be stopped. Fortunately, no one was killed in this punishment mission. There were only a few real battles. The only time someone died was when Lu Xiaoyi died. All of this depended on their grasp of the whole mission's purpose. Contacting the major mainstream forces was the cornerstone of peace. Lu Xiaoyi's wild massacre was a stroke of genius. Using both soft and hard methods was the right rhythm. 41 people gathered in the cloud of spiritual opportunity. Their prisoners had been released long ago. This was also what the Heavenly Eye had repeatedly asked them to do. They only had the right to handle cases and not to execute them unless they were obstructed by violence. Anyway, they could not run away. The exterior realm was now a big cage. Still a little unsatisfied. I keep feeling like I haven't used my full strength. Is this it? Hong Tiangang was very disappointed. You should feel lucky. In the nest of the exterior realm, facing tens of thousands of half-immortals, how do you want to use your full strength? If there is a chance, everyone will be unlucky. Third watch reminded. Speakerphone said, do we still need to look for clues among these people? Find the person who provided the method to refine the heartplate. Qing Xian continued, no. There are too many suspense and too many cover-ups. It will delay time and we may not be able to find the truth. I think, the higher-ups don't necessarily want us to find it, right? If we really find it, do we still investigate? How about we go up to the immortal court to be enforcers again? The monsters chuckled. It was the propriety of cultivators to know when to stop. Everyone present who had reached this level of cultivation understood this principle. Among the many major events in the history of cultivation, which one could really get to the bottom of it? Putting an end to such behavior would be the greatest success. San Gang said, if that's the case, then our mission can be considered to have come to an end. The final issue was how to write the report. Which ones need to be reported to the Jade Book and be punished by the exterior immortal monarch himself? Which ones need us to fulfill our promise and keep the secret for others? How should we control the balance? There was a disagreement among the interior enforcers on how to control this degree. Some suggested to report all 19 organizations and individuals, while others suggested to set up a threshold to see how many people were harmed and how many people were sold. There were also those who said that they had to consider whether or not they would cooperate after being caught, and that they could reduce their punishment based on their merits. There was endless debate. In the end, everyone looked at Lu Xiaoyi. Now, he was not only the backbone of the interior monsters in name, but also in a more practical sense. Even some of the monks admired his character and strength. Lu Xiaoyi said indifferently, but very firmly, "How can there be an absolutely fair method in the cultivation world? My opinion depends on the method of the transaction. If they only sell holodiscs and don't provide the Great Tao Heartplate, they cannot report. If they provide the Great Tao Heartplate, it means that such people have connections with those monsters of the exterior who can casually descend to the lower realm. They will really be affected by the karma of stealing and killing people, so they must be reported. In addition, those so-called half-immortal monsters with names and names who help the sellers and the Avilders not only have to announce their details, but we also have to kill them if we meet them in the main world in the future. Although the Heavenly Eyes mission has ended, the bottom line in the hearts of cultivators will never end. This is my position, and I hope it's also your position." Everyone responded with a loud roar. Indeed, among these 19 organizations and individuals, there were indeed some who bought and sold holodiscs. Who knew if they still had a conscience? Or if they didn't have enough connections and couldn't find monsters of the exterior who could descend to the lower realm? In theory, there was karma, but the karma wasn't obvious. In fact, in the cultivation world, fights between cultivators, killing for revenge, plundering, and destroying planets were all too common and could be found everywhere. If you joined the team of cultivators, you had to have this tolerance. If you obtained good things and couldn't protect them, who could you blame? Strictly speaking, if this was a completely disorderly cultivation world, this kind of situation was really nothing. Slowly, it became a situation where those who obtained the Great Tao Fragment would no longer dare to show it to outsiders. This was the progress of cultivation, so there was nothing to be surprised about. But now they had to stop this evil trend because of the current special universe environment. The change of the era was imminent. If you couldn't stop one evil trend, then there would be countless evil winds blowing, and you wouldn't be able to stop it even if you stop. The scope would also be wider and wider until it involved the cornerstone of the mortal world. Therefore, it wasn't that this kind of method of plundering the Great Tao was cruel, but this kind of method couldn't be allowed to run rampant in this kind of universe environment. The history of cultivation was going downhill. It was huge and would slide faster and faster. In order to avoid sliding to the bottom of the mountain and crashing into a car and dying, they had to step on the brakes in advance. This was the purpose of strictly controlling the business. After waiting for everyone to speak freely, Lu Xiaoyi still followed his habit and began to vote by raising his hand. It wasn't that he wanted to talk about democracy, but for these real elites of the half-immortals, to really capture their hearts, he had to give them a sense of participation as the master. Otherwise, there would only be one result, and they would gradually drift away. It was also because of Lu Xiaoyi's seemingly superfluous style that his competitors would never be able to compete with him. Because he talked about democracy, others could only talk about democracy, but Lu Xiaoyi's fans were even more numerous. Hence, his democracy was actually a coercion. You could see through it, but you couldn't crack it. It was that simple. In the end, Lu Xiaoyi's method with an absolute advantage won the approval of the interior monsters present. With a strategy, the next step was very simple. With two people waving white paper fans, the marching monk and Qing Xian did the statistics and quickly came up with a final list. 97 half-immortals of the exterior, 135 exterior geniuses. This was definitely not all, but it basically accounted for the majority. Coupled with the current solemn atmosphere of the exterior, The matter of the heart plate could be foreseen to be coming to an end. Chapter 1943. After a few rounds of verification, there was no mistake. The collective decision was made and the authority was given to B. In other words, Lu Xiaoyi could report as the chief disciplinary officer. The person to report to was the exterior immortal monarch. In the end, he would come out and control his subordinates. This was his right. The interior immortal monarch would not care about these trivial matters. The report to the heavenly eyes immortal monarch was also dispensable. Lu Xiaoyi checked again himself. There was no mistake. Thus, the breath was sealed and approved. At the same time, he made fun of Qing Xian. "Ma Lu, don't you feel that it's too easy? You have to get used to it. When you work with me in the future, this is the normal pace. What can go wrong? The biggest risk was already solved in the conflict a few months ago. When I, the half-immortal Lu, am involved, there is no need to avoid it." Qing Xian snorted. "Boast, then boast as much as you can. Sooner or later, you'll fall into the trap. Don't call me then. Crawl out yourself." Lu Xiaoyi was proud. "Hee, Ma Lu, don't be jealous. You rarely see people who are agile. There is such a person in this world. They don't take the usual route when handling cases. They go straight to the core. This is a talent that ordinary people can't learn." "What is the chief?" "This is the chief." Everything was ready. After reporting, they had completed their task. They could leave or stay as they pleased. However, no one would stay here. On the surface, they had achieved some success and cleaned up the atmosphere of the exterior. However, only God knew how many people were dissatisfied with them behind the scenes. Without the official uniform, any disputes would be pure Jianghu grudges. No one would pursue the matter if they died. Wrapping his consciousness, Lu Xiaoyi sank his mind into the jade book in his mudpill palace and sent out the intention to report. Suddenly, the entire jade book shone brightly. This was a scene that only appeared when something big happened in the jade book. Before this, it had not appeared for thousands of years. It could be seen that at the level of immortals, the matter of the heart plate was still very important. Perhaps, this was a show for the immortal court. In the exterior realm, everyone noticed this change, and no one missed it. After all, the jade booklet was something that appeared in the sea of consciousness of every exterior realm cultivator. It was a projection of the superior will. In this regard, the rules of the Kuan Dao Convention were somewhat similar to the jade booklet. In fact, everyone knew what was going to happen next. Over the past few years, the enforcers had been tormenting everyone. It was a collaboration between the three immortal monarchs. They couldn't fight them, and they couldn't get close to them. It was better for them to get lost as soon as possible. The dense fog dissipated slightly, and the names of the 41 interior enforcers began to appear on the huge jade book. The 4 enforcers were at the top, and each of them had their own brilliance. Later, as the chief enforcer of the heavenly eyes, he would report the results of his investigation through a jade book. The whole process would be made clear to all the demi-immortals of the exterior realm to show impartiality. It meant that he would report the results of his work to the leader. Lu Xiaoyi did not beat around the bush and spoke concisely. Disciple of the interior realm, enforcer of the heavenly eyes, Lu Xiaoyi, has 41 people. It took me many years to travel all over the world. I am loyal to the heavenly way and the exterior realm. My conclusion is as follows: there are 13 exterior realm nests, involving 97 people. The list is as follows: Jian Xionghan, Emperor Yang, Yu Jiang, Treading All Flowers, Emperor Wu Yi, Kang Jian, Candy Bean, Zhao Wuji, Shui Yang, Qing Luo, Wn Dong, Unfulfilled Crush, and Wanting to Fly, Shu Changqing, Indefinite Candle. There are 35 exterior realm geniuses who all participated in the killing and seizing of Dao in the main world. The list is as follows: Mortian, Jinhuan, Hongjin, Huaishu, Clear Spring, Time, Shining Guts, Unchanging Green Mountain, Growing Flowers with Tears, Taiyu Yudao True Monarch, It Doesn't Matter, Xiao, Jingli 20 Years of Autumn, Bright Moon, Cool Breeze, Creeks, Woodland, Sloth, scars of autumn, Luomu. These people have committed grave sins and have all fled to the origin world. In order to eliminate all evil and prevent future troubles, we Heaven's Eyes cultivators will obey the will of the heavens and the will of the people. We will continue to pursue them. This is the end. Chief Enforcer Lu. These words appeared on the jade booklet. They were shining brightly and were extremely obvious. To the tens of thousands of exterior realm half-immortals, the scale of 100 people was not worth mentioning. In this chaotic world, the number of cultivators who died from internal strife and natural causes was more than that in a year. Therefore, the practical significance was not great, but the psychological impact was great. Obviously, the Heavenly Eyes Enforcer meant that the distributors would be handed over to the Jade Booklet to deal with, depending on the attitude of the exterior realm immortal monarchs and the major forces of the exterior realm. However, the enforcers would continue to pursue those exterior realm geniuses who had blood on their hands and were on the run. Of course, this was only an attitude and did not have much practical significance. The universe was so big, where would they find 100 people scattered around? If they were in danger, they could escape back to the exterior realm. These interior enforcers would not be able to pursue them without their official uniforms. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. There should be rules, but the biggest obstacle that hindered the development of the cultivation world was too strict. It would make the entire cultivation world a stagnant pool. If everyone followed the rules step by step, how could there be any fun in cultivation? Once they entered the cultivation world, their life and death were not up to the heavens. The nature of the law of the jungle could not be changed. At least on this point, the Heavenly Eyes Enforcer's name list perfectly reflected this spirit. Other minor cases, such as those who bought large amounts of goods, were not mentioned here. It could be considered that the enforcers had fulfilled their promise. If they kept their promise, they deserved respect. All in all, this was a result that all parties could get through. After the enforcers were aggressive in the beginning, they finally returned to the normal pace of the cultivation world and did not cause any trouble. This made the exterior realm half-immortals secretly nod their heads. Talented interior and exterior realm cultivators were all cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi's conclusion was hung on the Jade Booklet for a long time. It was not that the Jade Booklet was slow, but it gave the exterior realm half-immortals a chance to speak freely. If they had any opinions or dissatisfaction, they could raise it now. Of course, it also depended on their status and whether their opinions were important or not. If an unknown first decay or second decay raised some rubbish opinions, it would delay everyone's time. It would be an opportunity for them to show their faces in public. Don't expect the Jade Booklet to punish them. Time passed slowly, and no one raised any opinions. In total, there were only slightly more than 200 people. This made the half-immortals who had been worried that the punishment would be too heavy and the impact would be too wide, speechless. As a cultivation world incident that could be big or small, such a solution was really suitable. Although the exterior realm half-immortals did not have any opinions, someone else did. The Jade Booklet. That was the exterior realm immortal monarch. A line of golden words appeared at the top of the booklet: Heavenly Eyes Solution, acceptable. The scope of the list, acceptable. Additional conditions. The Heavenly Eyes Enforcer should keep all the criminal records of this investigation, including those who are exempted from being held accountable. Lu Xiaoyi controlled his breathing. He had been waiting for the last demonic moth. Like Qing Xian, he was actually very worried that this mission would go smoothly. But he did not expect that the one who raised the additional conditions would be the exterior realm immortal monarch. Going shirtless? On the Jade Booklet, the Chief Enforcer's question appeared. Why? The Jade Booklet showed, because the rectification cannot be stopped. The exterior realm immortal monarch has already set up a rectification team. He needs enough detailed background information. Chapter 1944. Lu Xiaoyi was still calm. This is not in accordance with the agreement. Yu Shu said, where is the agreement? Is there a deed? This is just a rule that you set for the convenience of investigation and evidence collection. Yu Shu did not agree. Neither did Tian Mao. There is no such rule in the interior. Cleaning up the atmosphere is a process that requires a long time. It can't be cut off in one fell swoop. After you leave, the heart plate business will definitely revive. At first, it will be a spark, then it will burn. You need a similar organization to persevere. Then, the cultivators who are familiar with the heart plate trading will become the main targets of observation. You all have the obligation to hand over this information to this new organization. Only then can you guarantee that the exterior realm won't make a comeback. This is far more practical than your so-called hunting. Where is Lu Yuzi? The entire exterior world was caught off guard by this sudden change. A cultivator's faith was more important than anything else. It was because they believed in Tian Mao's justice that they turned themselves in. If this was all a scam, who could say for sure that this was purely the intention of the exterior immortal monarch? Or did the exterior immortal monarch and Tian Mao already have a consensus? Set up a trap for everyone to fall into. The other enforcers might not know, but the chief enforcer must know. How could he act so righteous? In a certain spiritual cloud in the exterior, Lu Yuzi was drenched in cold sweat from head to toe. He had tried so hard to defend himself, but he still fell into the monk's trap. No response. You were the one who requested Yu Ben to set up a cleansing organization, and you even prepared the personnel for it. Now you flatly deny it and throw away the responsibility. You still want to be ranked. If you offend Yu Shu, the incarnation of the exterior immortal monarch, you don't even know when you will lose your life. Respond. I will become the public enemy of all the half-immortals in the exterior. You want to know everyone's secret. Do you have the qualifications? Do you have the ability to keep your mouth shut? Buddhism was actually in cahoots with Yu Shu. This was the result that he could not imagine even if he racked his brains. However, it was too late for regrets now. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. He could only brace himself and control the image of Yu Shu in his mind, engraving his thoughts on it. I'm Lu Yuzi. I'm not virtuous or incompetent. The only reason I'm occupying this position is because I want the glory of the exterior and want to do my best. This organization is not an unorthodox sect. Although I am the leader, I have the guidance and reminders of Buddhism and the slight cooperation of Taoism. I promise everyone here that all the information is stored in this old man's mind. Unless there is a second offense, I will not reveal the slightest bit. If I violate this oath, I will be struck down by the heavens. The old man's words had already displayed his wisdom to the extreme. Since he could not refuse, he could only guarantee that the information would not be leaked. At the same time, he also vaguely slandered the Buddhist sect. What do you mean by guiding and reminding? In other words, he was instigated by the Buddhist. He was also a poor person who had been deceived. Of course, he was very smart. He knew that he could not offend both systems at the same time. Therefore, his next sentence was to express his goodwill to the Taoist. What do you mean by slightly cooperating? It means that the Taoists have nothing to do with this matter. It must have been hard on the old man. In a hurry, he managed to remove himself from the situation to the greatest extent with just a few words. Who knew if the other party would be satisfied? Not only did he not steal the fish, he also caused trouble. When Lu Xiaoyi saw this, he already knew in his heart that the monk had silently made a move again. This time, it was not to obstruct everyone's investigation, but to destroy his image of being true to his words and deed. It had to be said that this move was indeed very evil. In comparison, the trouble that Duan Li and the others had caused previously was just a smoke bomb. They knew that he could solve it and lowered his vigilance. Now, the final blow was the fatal one. It made him lose face and lose everything. At this point, he would become the public enemy of all the exterior heaven half-immortals because he did not keep his word. This was a soft knife. Also, it was obviously irrational to use force to deal with a swordsman like him. Lu Yuzi had removed himself from the situation. For the time being, no one was willing to pay attention to him because the most important thing now was whether or not Inspector Lu would hand over all the name lists and criminal records. After handing them over, the next unlucky person would be him. He did not know whether or not he could withstand the harassment and threats of countless half-immortals. Therefore, a person could not be arrogant. Step by step, one had to walk steadily. If the steps were too big, it would hurt one's balls. He should not have accepted that monk's suggestion. If he could not see it clearly, then he should wait until he saw it clearly and not jump. Yu did not admit that he had a contract with Lu Xiaoyi. In theory, it was tenable. In this cultivation world, there was no need to make a detailed contract before doing anything. There were dozens of pages that included all the possibilities. As long as someone did something evil, there would immediately be corresponding clauses to bind them. Here, everyone's description of the matter was very vague, all kinds of vague, because the Great Tao was also vague. As for the specific task, except for the few rules that were drawn at the beginning, in fact, there was only one sentence: act according to your discretion. Do whatever is convenient. Therefore, it was convenient for Lu Xiaoyi and the others, and they also completed the task. However, if Yu insisted on a certain aspect, you could not say that he was just messing around. He just did not follow the rules too much. What rules did immortals need to follow with half-immortals? Once bitten, twice shy. Whether or not he could become wise was a matter of the future. The problem now was how to cross the chasm. Lu Xiaoyi's expression did not change. He was still calm and composed. I implore the great immortal to take back the order, because this is not only related to me, but also the credibility of all 41 enforcers. Not only did they suffer and take risks without any rewards, but in the end, this is the result. This is unreasonable. There are many ways to clean up the atmosphere of the exterior. It is not necessary to follow the previous model. There are countless talents in the exterior. Is it difficult to eliminate a certain phenomenon in such a closed environment? Those who have not been reported should be treated the same as everyone else. They should not always be suspected because of what they have done. Once something bad happens, they should be the first to be considered. This is the reason why I am not willing to expand this list. Who can be faultless? If there is something wrong, change it. If there is nothing wrong, add to it. Looking at the history of each of us, who dares to pat their chest and say that they have never made a mistake? So, this matter ends here. We have found these 232 people. We have reported it. The rest are innocent. Lu Xiaoyi's words were tactful and tough. In the ears of tens of thousands of exterior half-immortals, everyone had to give him a thumbs up. If these were his true words, he was worthy of the name of Chief Lu, especially those who had not been pardoned for their mistakes, or those who were purely buying. They would deeply move. They could not be nailed to the pillar of shame forever just because they had done something wrong. This was what they agreed with very much. They agreed with this chief. Not only could he be the chief of the interior, he could also be the chief of the exterior. Chapter 1945. Who should be blamed for this sudden change? Lu Yuzi didn't seem to be in the wrong. He had good intentions, but he couldn't see through himself. But if it weren't for Lu Yuzi, would this purge organization not exist? Not necessarily. Was it the fault of the exterior immortal monarch behind the Jade Booklet? That didn't seem to be the case. He was also thinking for the future of the exterior immortal monarch. It would be better for a complete handover after the enforcers left. It would be beneficial for future work. No one was in the wrong, but now the situation was stuck here. No one could advance or retreat. Now, it was up to the immortal monarch's attitude. In history, there didn't seem to be any history of an immortal monarch compromising with a half-immortal. This was the dignity of an immortal. It couldn't be violated. Sure enough, the words at the top of the Jade Booklet changed. It was still tough and didn't change its original intention. Handover register. This isn't a discussion with you. The entire exterior immortal monarch fell into a dead silence. Every exterior half-immortal stopped what they were doing, stopped cultivating, interrupted the Dharma conference, and withdrew from meditation. Those who were fighting also stopped fighting. Instead, they all paid attention to the Jade Booklet in their mind. To cultivators, this wasn't a trivial matter that was dispensable. and it was related to the vital interests of every single one of them. Privacy protection. This was also the most important aspect for cultivators. They couldn't be watched by the Jade Booklet just because they were in the exterior immortal monarch. This was the principle. It concerned the bottom line. It was the bottom line of a cultivator and also the bottom line of a person. To put it bluntly, if you didn't have any secrets, how could you stand out? But today, right now, the Jade Booklet was challenging their bottom line. This didn't seem to be right. The exterior immortal monarch wasn't a fixed immortal. The immortal court would choose who would be the immortal monarch and not the people below. There was also no need for a public announcement or a meeting. The huge gap in the level itself was a kind of pressure and also a necessary mystery. Therefore, no one knew how many immortal monarchs had changed in the past million years. No one knew their names. They just called them immortal monarchs or simply Jade Booklet. The Jade Booklet rarely directly ordered a half-immortal. There was no need and it wasn't equal. Usually, it would secretly achieve its goal through the 5 decay of the exterior immortal monarch. The Jade Booklet was in charge of the rankings. Who dared to disobey it? They all had to rush to curry favor with her, fearing that they wouldn't understand her well enough and wouldn't be able to slip away smoothly. However, if the Jade Book had truly expressed its opinion, then the half-immortals below it would have no choice but to comply. There would be no other choice. Throughout history, there were also cases of arrogant people who were disrespectful to immortal lords. Regardless of the reason, they were punished on the spot, and it was common for them to die. Inspector Liu was not a celestial being of the exterior, so he had the right to refute once. But since he was now in the exterior, he had to obey the immortal monarch's wishes. This was the privilege of the immortal. You can despise it, but please don't come to the exterior. Therefore, when Immortal Lord Jade Book reiterated his words, the outcome was basically decided. There was no more suspense. The list of the people who had participated in the Heart Compass sale numbered in the thousands. It would definitely be grasped by Immortal Monarch, Liu Yuzi, and the others. Then, it would become a sharp sword on the heads of all the half-immortals who had made mistakes. None of the interior cultivators had expected such a turn of event. From the initial success to the present failure on the verge of success. In terms of practical results, there was no doubt that their goal had been achieved. But in terms of mood, they did not have the slightest bit of joy. Because they had succeeded, but they had also been slapped in the face. Qing Xian knew this guy's temper and was afraid that he would be stubborn, so she hurriedly reminded him. Am I right? You fell into a trap, right? The kind that can't climb out. Don't be silly, the exterior immortal monarch will not be merciful to you. He might not kill you, but severe punishment is inevitable, and it will ultimately affect your path of Tao. You have to be clear about the severity. Even if you listen to him, the exterior cultivators will first resent Immortal Lord Jade Book. You will be second. And you won't be the only one. With 41 of us carrying it together, the impact on each of us will be limited. Lu Xiaoyi gently shook his head. Qing Xian only knew one side of the story and did not know the other. In his current situation, on the path of gathering momentum, he could not leave any flaws on himself, whether it was physical or mental. Only then could he ensure that he would continue to move forward. Time was short, and he did not have the time to make up for this loss of state of mind. Moreover, was it really just a little impact? Immortals were high and mighty, and their dissatisfaction towards them would quickly fade away. Only they, who were also half-immortals, would be hated. And it was not just 141st, but he would have to bear the majority of it alone. He was the first seat. And there would be people adding fuel to the fire. He would not be able to escape the reputation of breaking his promise. The favorable impression of the exterior heaven half-immortal that he had painstakingly fought for would also be gone. No one would think that he was forced, and everyone would only say that he was in cahoots with the immortal monarch. He could not back down. Because he came from a special orthodoxy. Because he had a different ambition. He would not plead anymore. This was not a swordsman. He took a deep breath and removed the part of his memory related to the name list from the scroll of mental strength. Because this part of his memory had a mysterious connection with the Jade Book, the name that appeared on the Jade Book could not help but fluctuate, as if it would disappear at any time. At the same time, a line of words appeared behind his name on the Jade Book. The name list is gone. This kind of decisiveness was beyond everyone's expectations. It was as if the two of them were going against a bull. One was forcefully suppressing, the other was indomitable. However, one was an immortal, and the other was a half-immortal. Was the stubborn struggle of an ant meaningful? But what happened next told everyone that it was meaningful. Lu Xiaoyi did not speak, but Yang Qingxian immediately understood his meaning. This grandson was really a big disaster, and she could not be associated with him. Following that, Oyu Yangming used his mental power to erase the part of his memory about the list. At the same time, two words appeared after their names on the Jade Book that were starting to fade away. Gone. Duan Li was almost on par with them. Gone. North Wind, Qi Fan, Yu Du, San Gang, Hong Tiangang, Hua Hu, Ji Neo. Hands free, marching monk. One by one, the interior enforcers expressed their attitudes on the Jade Booklet and erased their memories. Some of them were fired up, while others were helpless. There's nothing left. There were no heroic words. There was no heroic spirit. There were only 41 words that said gone, which shocked tens of thousands of exterior expert. At the same time, a burst of will spontaneously rose up and went straight to the brain. The exterior and exterior realm had been fighting for millions of years, and for the first time, the exterior experts had a feeling of admiration for the interior expert. This was the backbone of the ancient method. However, the present method was not a weakling. Lu Yuzi had been looking for a way to reverse the situation. He had waited, and finally, this opportunity came. After the interior enforcers expressed their attitude one by one, he finally gathered his courage and took the biggest risk of his life. Two words appeared under his name on the Jade Book: rejected. He was only faster by an instant. Soon after, all the exterior-level half-immortals had the same attitude behind their names: rejected. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, until it covered the entire Jade Book. Not a single person did not express their opinion. This kind of momentum formed a torrential momentum that pierced through the exterior realm and rushed up to a high place. Chapter 1946. P.S. Looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. For the first time in millions of years, the inner and outer scenic heavens stood together. Was it to fight against a celestial? No one would have thought that there was someone with such charisma. Such charisma. It made the half-celestials, who had always planned their cultivation career calmly, to be impulsive. Qing Xian had mixed feelings. This grandson was starting to show his prowess. Don't lead everyone astray. The marching monk's heart was dead. All his schemes were crushed into powder by the swordsman's unreasonable hot-bloodedness. He was an evil person, but he was building momentum for the other party. What was more terrifying was that such hot-bloodedness hid many far-reaching schemes. His attitude had been made clear. What was left was the Jade Booklet's judgment or punishment. The Jade Booklet continued to top. Very good. Since you are persistent, you must know the price. Do you like to forget the past so much? Then I'll help you this time. I'll also let you know that the dignity of a celestial will never be challenged. The cloud of spiritual vigor that the interior enforcers had gathered abruptly exploded. 41 people were blown away without any resistance. They could not even control themselves. Among them, 40 accomplices were only blown away. They were directly blown out of the exterior heavens and were thrown into an unknown void of the universe. What followed was a long journey back. Only Lu Xiaoyi was added. When the spiritual clouds moved slightly, he knew something was wrong. Even if he was facing a celestial, he had to immediately unsheath his flying sword. However, the difference in strength between them was too big. This was also the exterior heavens, which was the Jade Booklet's territory. Before his flying sword could completely drill out of his Niwen, he felt his mind go blank and then he lost consciousness. Even the exterior heavens and half-celestials could feel this power. This was the real power of a celestial. The power of heaven was unpredictable. Although they were not at the scene, They only saw the 41 names on the jade booklet. All of them were dim and then suddenly disappeared. That was the sign of being expelled from the exterior heavens. There was only one name, which was also the name at the front. It could no longer be described as dim. It simply melted into the background and turned into nothingness. It was the chief of the interior enforcers. They did not know whether this person was alive or dead. However, just by looking at the appearance of the name, it didn't seem to be a case of death, because there was no spiritual opportunity to release feedback. Combined with the words on the jade book, "I'll help you erase your memories," the truth was very clear. This stubborn and uncompromising first seat had been erased from the past. This also means that a half-immortal without a past can only be a half-immortal forever. His Tao path was destroyed. Immortals' words were law. If they said they would destroy your past, they would definitely destroy it. Even if it was just a piece of the past, it was still indispensable for a cultivator to ascend to immortality. It meant that there would be a loophole in the past, present, and future. Heroes often end up like this. People might be moved for a moment, but they wouldn't be moved for a lifetime. The enforcers were exiled, leaving only the exterior half-immortals to await their punishment. Some people began to regret their impulsiveness just now. Now, the targets of punishment were not just the 200 people, but tens of thousands of people. Every exterior half-immortal was included. In an unknown place beyond the heavens, an old daoist was lying on his side and taking a nap amidst the netherworld celestial phenomena. With his hand supporting his chin, he was half awake. It was as if he had become one with the celestial phenomenon. Even if he was close, no one could feel a trace of his aura. He had been lying here for many years, and no one knew how many more years he would lie here. Every breath he took had become a part of the celestial phenomenon. Just as he was feeling contented, a loud voice sounded. Ghost Constellation Lord. Neglecting his duties and not being strict enough. Idling all day long and absent-minded. Causing the resentment in the interior and exterior heavens to soar to the heavens, directly to the celestial court. This person is hereby ordered to be stripped of his position as an exterior immortal monarch. He is to return to his home and await punishment. The old daoist stretched lazily, clasped his hands to the heavens, and then disappeared. The next moment, Ghost Constellation Lord returned to his immortal palace in the Four Saints' heavens. Everything was as usual. He was a person who did not raise powerful pets, so he did not have any children, spiritual beasts, or immortal birds. He was all alone, and belonged to the category of people who kept a low profile in the Four Saints' heavens. However, although he kept a low profile, his position was not. An exterior heavenly immortal monarch had some weight in the Four Saints' heavens, and his position was higher than those immortal monarchs who were in charge of the four symbols heavens of the universe. This was because other immortals were in charge of the universe, while he was in charge of people. Even the immortal court paid great attention to the cultivation of future talents. As the cultivation base of half-immortals in the Four Saints' heavens of the universe, the exterior heavens had a certain status. He was able to sit in this position because he had a strong backing, but he had messed it up. Not long after he returned to the immortal palace, a divine will descended from the sky. It was his good friend who had some connections with him. Ghost Constellation, I heard you messed up the exterior heavens. As a human immortal, you shouldn't have done that. Tell me, what are you up to this time? Why did you take the initiative to leave this position? Ghost Constellation Lord laughed. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Apothecary, you don't know how difficult it is to deal with those immortals in the lower realm. Each of them is a troublemaker. After thinking about it, rather than being stuck in the exterior heavens, I might as well take the initiative to leave this position and find a reason to make a mistake. Naturally. The divine will was faint. You don't mean what you say. Forget it, I can't be bothered to care about you. It's good that you're back. At this critical moment, it's better to stay in the Four Saints' heavens. Ghost Constellation agreed. Exactly. The great changes in the universe and the change of eras are the changes of dynasties in the mortal world. No matter how much credit you have, The most important thing is that you have to be present when the cake is divided. The consequences of having noble character and unquestionable integrity are usually not good. Moreover, we don't know which direction this change will take. Jiaosu and Dosu wanted to leave as well, but they were not as fast as me. The two old friends chatted for a while before leaving. Ghost Constellation Lord calmed himself down and meditated in silence. Did he give himself away in this operation? Neither he nor the apothecary mentioned the key person in this incident. However, it was precisely because they did not mention it that the two immortals were even more cautious. Was the Four Saints' Heavens a place to talk nonsense? One had to think carefully even if they wanted to. Their idle chatter was just a cover-up. What they talked about was fake, and what they did not talk about was the real thing. The layout had begun. In the Four Saints' Heavens, whether it was a human immortal or a genuine immortal, which one of them did not have a layout? Which one was truly resigned to adversity? It was just a different direction and a different point of leverage. Their group seemed to be led by the apothecary, but he also knew that there was a higher level of control above the apothecary. It was not something a human immortal like him could understand. The collapse of the 36 innate great Taos meant that the 36 golden immortals had to leave with the Tao. Therefore, before they left, they had to make countless arrangements, just to wait for the day they returned. However, the problem was that they had already given up their position. Who would be willing to welcome them back? Wouldn't it be better to take their own position? It was a complicated situation. Chapter 1947. The cultivators of the interior heaven were scattered and sent down the exterior heaven randomly, but they did not pass through the passage between the interior and exterior heaven. This was their punishment. Most of them were thrown into unfamiliar airspace, but this was not a problem for them, because no matter where they were, they could find the interior heaven. It was the same for Smoky End. Once she entered the interior heaven, she immediately contacted all her acquaintances to check who had returned to the interior heaven, not only her, but also Qing Xian, Shi Yu, Bei Feng, and other friends of Lu Xiaoyi. They were not looking for Lu Xiaoyi's whereabouts, but for the marching monk. Once the killing intent arose, it could not be stopped. But several days had passed, and not only the marching monk, but also the freakish core figures of the Buddhist sect, including Mianti, had not returned. A few of them gathered together, and Qing Xian, as the most senior among them, advised, "Junior sister, don't wait any longer. If they don't return for several days, it means that they will not return to the interior heaven, and will return to the bounded domain through other means. They have a guilty conscience, and also do not want to start a vendetta in the interior heaven at this moment. I estimate that we will not see them for at least 100 years, and there is no need to feel regret. This is a game that will eventually meet, and no one can avoid it. What has been done must be repaid. As for little Yi," Smoky End shook her head and smiled bitterly. "I am least worried about him. We were all present at that time, and know that the exterior celestial monarch was not killed, but he must have done something to little Yi. For a scourge like him, the most correct thing to do is to kill him on the spot. Giving him a chance to live is helping him grow. So I will not be surprised if he becomes a young god or a second Severance when he returns. I just hate those monks. They don't know what's important and don't care about the big picture. Senior brother Qing Xian, I still don't think we can let go so easily. How to catch them is another matter. But before that, we must expose their ugly faces of internal strife. Since we can't kill them for now, we will first destroy their reputation." Shi Yu smiled and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. Senior brother Qing Xian is already making arrangements. We cannot say it directly, and it will be more convincing through a third party to confirm the Buddhist sect's conspiracy, including the incident with Duan Li and the others. The truth is the truth. But we still have to spread the truth as a conspiracy, because in history, framing would always last longer than the truth. Don't worry, the three pure ones are experts in this field. They've been promoting this for millions of years." Qing Xian glared at him. "Junior martial brother Shi Yu, what are you saying? So you unparalleled supremes are all innocent people? That old bastard Chang Jin hasn't done much in the past few thousand years. Shi Yu retorted, a lot of it was that old bastard Qing Yangzi who came up with the plans, right? Do you know what the other realms called him after the battle at Hung River? He said that he shouldn't be called Qing Yangzi, but filthy intestines. Qing Xian was not at a disadvantage in terms of words. I see. I also heard that after the battle at Tu Guan, those foreign species changed the name of Chang Jin to Short Tongue, to commemorate his untrustworthiness. Your short tongue is mixed with your filthy intestines. Yang Zun was speechless and started fighting again. He didn't dare to persuade him because the leader of Shenyuan also had an extremely unpleasant name. It was passed down through history, the monk who stirred shit. Why was it a staff instead of a staff? Because the structure of the top of the staff made it easier to stir shit. It was like an egg beater. Finally, the fight ended. Because they were already familiar with the rhythm, both sides could scold each other without blushing. Yang Zun coughed lightly, Little Yi, I know that no matter what, he won't be back for hundreds of years. He can't stay idle. He's been cooped up in the dome for hundreds of years. Won't he take this opportunity to go out and enjoy himself? And he won't be back. In a few days, I'll make some arrangements and return to the fifth ring. Do you have any words for me? I'm really relieved to leave the interior sky to you two senior martial brothers. In fact, you two are not much worse than your elders. Senior martial brother Qing Xian's intestines are not filthy, but they're bad. I don't know the length of senior martial brother Shi Yu's tongue, but it's barbed. Both of them said in unison, Junior martial sister, how can you say that? They were indeed very angry, but they were also very relaxed. According to their experience, half-immortal Lu had thrived in this kind of beating all his life. There were many people who beat him, but none of them had a good ending. Take the military monks group for example. Although they could not compete with Lu Xiaoyi's group in the interior sky, they were still a significant force. But now, after the heartplate incident, most of the neutral interior half-immortals stood on the side of Lu Xiaoyi's group, including a few righteous Buddhist disciples. It was not only the interior sky. In the hearts of the people of the exterior sky, the military monk, as the best opponent, had also successfully helped Lu Xiaoyi win the respect of the cultivators of the exterior sky. This seemingly impossible gathering of power was completed in such an inexplicable manner. Fortune and misfortune were interdependent. There was really no fixed number. No one was a fool. The vision of a half-immortal allowed them to see the ins and outs of the incident very clearly. First, there was Duan Li's personal experience, and then there was the shocking change in the Jade Book at the end. The role of Buddhism in this was self-evident. This was also the reason why the military monk, hands-free, and the others were unwilling to come back. Once the general trend was lost, it would be difficult to get back the people's hearts again. The higher one's cultivation, the more one was unwilling to be controlled by others. But if there must be such a person, of course, they must choose a person who was responsible, trustworthy, strong, and not fussy about personal grievances. In this regard, Lu Xiaoyi was completely superior to the military monk. The mission of the Heavenly Eyes was successfully completed. The people of the exterior sky held Chief Lu in high esteem, except for one person's whereabouts. This was actually the least important to Lu Xiaoyi, because in the eyes of his companions of the fifth ring, his whereabouts were basically unknown. When the weather was hot, maggots multiplied, and mosquitoes and flies wreaked havoc, it was the time for a troublemaker to appear. In the past 2,000 years, there had never been an exception. A figure swayed out from the exterior sky. The old Taoist who heard this smiled and tapped his fingers. Well, the fifth ring was controlled, and the eastern sky seemed to follow his lead. The interior sky was controlled. The exterior sky basically couldn't escape. Yes, there were also women. As the chief of the women's friends, this guy was really wild. Every time he started from unexpected places, the effect was great. How many places were there? How many forces were there? When this little guy started to stir up the wind and rain. When she couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was much more interesting than Li Wuya's time. Of course, the more people there were, the better. A person's greatness was suitable to be written in a biography. But it was destined to be a tragedy because it was a one-man show. Only the greatness of an era would make everyone have the impulse to participate in it. Li Wuya was good at everything, but he was a bit of a hipster. He stirred shit just to pretend. Lu Xiaoyi was not as good as him. He really treated stirring shit as a career. The organization was tight, the division of labor was clear, the goal was firm, and the plan was carried out layer by layer. Chapter 1948. What was this place? The unfamiliar surroundings made him very confused. This was not the void of the universe, but within a certain world. The scenery was ordinary, and the people were ordinary. The scenery was right in front of him. If he took a step forward, he would be integrated into it. But the choice was up to him. He could also retreat. He was very clear that if he kept retreating, he could leave this ordinary world and return to the void of the universe he was familiar with. Then, he could go home through the exterior realm. He was somewhat hesitant because some problems were troubling him. He had no past. The self that he had painstakingly built up was completely destroyed by the full power of the exterior realm immortal monarch. Thus, he became the person he was now, a person without a past. This was his punishment for deliberately erasing the nameless. At that time, the Jade Book had said, "Since you like to forget the past, then I will help you." It had said so, and it had done so. Not just a certain part of the past, but all of the past. Was there such a method in this world that could completely erase someone's memory? Of course there was. For example, the Foundation establishment Jin Dan could easily erase a mortal's memory. Of course, it was more difficult to selectively erase it. What was important was the ability to use one's mind. The Yuanying Lord could easily erase the memory of the Foundation establishment Jin Dan. Similarly, it didn't seem too difficult for a half-immortal to erase the memory of a Yuanying. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for a senior immortal to completely erase the memory of a demon who hadn't completely become a half-immortal. There was a problem to pay attention to here: erasing the memory. It wasn't erasing the past. The past could never be erased because it actually existed. You could deny it and forget it, but you couldn't make it cease to exist. It was just that he couldn't recall it, and it was sealed in the depths of his memory. The difference was that the sealing method was different. Some were very difficult to unseal, and the cultivator would never be able to find his past in his lifetime. Some could be done, but it also depended on one's luck and hard work. But no matter what, this process was necessary. In this universe where every second mattered, it was an extra burden for Lu Xiaoyi. But the fact was, there was no use regretting it. Since he wanted to succeed in the exterior realm, this was a risk he had to take. He had a vague feeling about the situation in front of him. Was it a place he had heard of before? But he wasn't sure. It seemed to have something to do with his lost past. But that didn't seem to be the case. It was always hard to guess the thoughts of immortals. However, there was one thing that he was very clear about. The punishment from the exterior immortal monarch seemed to be more of a test than a malicious intent. His intuition was that everything would be explained once he stepped into this ordinary world. He might succeed, but he might also fail on the verge of success. If he gave up and returned to the familiar environment of the universe, then he would still be himself, still the all-powerful Lu Xing of the universe. He could still find his past through some method, which was the safest way. He sighed. He couldn't choose safety now, because his time was running out. Two paths, one unknown, the other familiar. It was a classic multiple-choice question, a classic gain and loss. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. With the unknown, there would be expectations and changes. He would not go back to being the sect leader obediently. He stepped forward and walked into the ordinary world that seemed to be shrouded in fog. The ordinary world didn't seem ordinary. He was the one who was beginning to become ordinary. His abilities were deteriorating rapidly. He fell from half-immortal to monarch, and continued to fall. When he was still hesitating about which path to take, his realm had already fallen to Jin Dan, and continued to fall. Not every path could be taken. Many paths seemed feasible, but he couldn't take them. There was only one path that seemed to be barely passable. He realized that he had become a teenager, leaning against the window and studying hard. Looking out of the window, it was so familiar and intimate. Familiar scenes, familiar people. The servants hurried past, the maidservants carried food boxes into the courtyard, and the butler followed behind calmly and steadily. His gaze inadvertently swept over the maidservant's buttocks. He didn't really become a teenager. It was as if he was a soul floating 3 feet above the teenager's head. He could feel that as long as he truly merged with his body, he could find his pass. But he couldn't enter. This was Lu province. The time period was before his time travel. He was a real young master of Lu province, not a fake like him. He more or less understood the meaning of coming to this place. This was deliberately done by an exterior immortal monarch. In other words, this was a very special immortal art, an immortal art that could erase a cultivator's memories. It wasn't a barbaric erasure. No matter how barbaric it was, it couldn't erase time, it couldn't erase those things that truly existed. The special thing about this immortal art was that while erasing your past memories, it also created a scene for you to find them again. It was very in line with the true essence of the immortal art. It achieved a perfect balance between taking and giving. If you found your past in this process, then congratulations, you'd successfully established your past self, which was the most difficult of the past, present, and future. If you couldn't find your past in the end, you couldn't merge with your soul of countless lifetimes, then congratulations, you'd forever lose your past and become a half-immortal with no past and no future. It sounded very troublesome. But in fact, it was the method that didn't involve karma, because you'd lose your past because of yourself. There was a certain logic behind taking off your pants and farting. This involved a very profound question of cultivation philosophy. Were the current you and the past you the same? Philosophy was always very brain-burning. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't figure it out for a while. But he was very clear about one thing. At the very least, the current him wasn't the real young master of Lu province. Because his consciousness could only float 3 feet above his former self, he couldn't get any closer. The current him wasn't him yet. This was what he needed to work hard for next, to strive to become the past him. This was a bit of a mouthful, because even if it was a person's life, at different stages, they were actually different versions of themselves. Infant, teenager, youth, adult, middle-aged, old. But there must be something in common among them, and it was this common thing that supported him through reincarnation after reincarnation. He had a deeper and more fundamental understanding of samsara, although this kind of understanding was useless to him now. Then, what do the current me and the past me have in common? He could only search and find, slowly through the long river of time, through observing every little thing in his life, to find a trace of something hidden in the deepest part of his soul. He couldn't be anxious, because there was no use in being anxious, because he was now a weak spiritual body that didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. He stopped above his former self's head, and couldn't float away alone, nor could he get any closer. God is watching from above, so it was referring to himself. Lu Xiaoyi understood. Chapter 1949. Lu Xiaoyi had a lot of experience in wandering. He had been wandering since he was just a wisp of energy in the universe. Later, he continued to wander after he transmigrated into a human being. Now that he had become his own god, he was still wandering, but this time, he had no choice but to wander. It was passive. He could not go wherever he wanted to go. It was like an emperor's hat, invisibly worn on his former self's head. It allowed him to study, play, eat, sleep, and argue with his mother. Just like now, he was enjoying his supper. This was the inevitable arrangement of a rich family for the children who studied hard. Young people always got hungry faster. Ping'an stood beside him with a serious face, watching him eat. His posture and expression were serious. His eyes swept over the servant girl's swaying buttocks again. Of course, his body did not notice these, but as his own god, he saw them clearly. Why didn't he notice this indecent thing before? He was a wretched, greasy middle-aged man of his age who had disguised himself very successfully. Having a wife and children and looking at other women's buttocks were two different things. Buttocks were always better than other people's. After the servant girl went out, he leaned over to Lu Xiaoyi's ear sneakily. "Young master, eat quickly. There's a good opportunity today." Obviously, this body understood what he meant. He finished the chicken soup in a few mouthfuls and stood up while wiping his mouth. The two of them sneaked out of the small courtyard one after the other. It was very abnormal because they were sneaking around the wall. Lu Xiaoyi, as the god of this body, had to move forward with them and maintain a first-person perspective. He was surprised. Ever since he transmigrated into this body at the age of 18, he did not feel that he had such a close relationship with this butler. The two of them left his small courtyard and walked along the wall. As the butler, he was very familiar with the routes in the mansion, the guards, the night watchman, and the rest of the servants. He knew where people were and when people were. So, he perfectly avoided the eyes and ears of all the servants along the way. God Lu was getting more and more confused. Could it be that before he transmigrated, this body had already begun to cultivate without anyone knowing? But after he ascended the ghost realm, everything was washed away. That shouldn't be the case. Why didn't Ping'an say anything? The two of them took many twists and turns. In fact, they didn't leave the manor. They only came to a low-tiled house. It was obvious that this was the place where the servants stayed and rested. There was a lantern at the front of the room, but it was dark at the back, and there was a fence. Ping'an was very familiar with the place. He touched a spot on the seemingly sturdy fence and pushed it open. He leaned sideways and squeezed in while whispering, "Be gentle. Don't be like last time, where I had to pretend to be a dog and bark to fool them. Now that there's no dog in the residence, what else can I pretend to be?" The body curled its lips. "Aren't there still cats? If it doesn't work, there's still the weasel." Although he said that, he was still very careful. Obviously, he didn't want to be discovered by others. There were sundries in the fence, such as shabby tables, chairs, ladders, and all kinds of living utensils. If they were careless, they would make a noise. It was very challenging for two ordinary people. However, the two of them were obviously very experienced. They didn't make any noise all the way. It was obvious that they were used to it. God Lu was even more confused. Obviously, they were not going to cultivate. It was more like they were going to explore a secret. The question was, how could they explore a secret so skillfully? Soon, they bypassed the messy pile of sundries. Ping'an began to show off his achievements. "Young master, they reported that they needed some curtains. I deliberately made it difficult for them. I didn't give them good ones. I gave them some curtains with a few holes so that they could see more clearly." The body didn't say anything. Instead, he patted Ping'an's shoulder to show his encouragement. Ping'an enjoyed the pat very much and lowered his voice. "After supper, there's nothing to do. Now the weather is cool, so they don't take a bath often. I know that young master is impatient. In the afternoon, I deliberately arranged them to clean some rooms that haven't been used for a long time. Those who are born smelly and sweaty will definitely take a bath at night." Now, Lu Shenming completely understood. It turned out that the problem of watching his senior sister taking a bath was not brought by the thoughts of his previous world. That's right. In the era of incomparably developed information, what couldn't they see? Why did it take so much effort? Finally, they came to the back window of the bathroom. The gauze curtain was tattered. It was really difficult for Ping'an to find such a tattered thing. It was estimated that this guy tore it secretly by himself. The body leaned against the window and watched enthusiastically. Ping'an was on tenterhooks. God Lu's position was more than 3 feet higher than the body's eyes. It happened that there were no holes, so he couldn't see anything. Of course, he was not interested in this. After getting used to seeing round and smooth immortal farts, who would be interested in looking at mortal farts full of fat? It was just a small episode, but many interesting things could be seen from it. For example, in Lu province, because there was no male master like his father, the young master's education in certain aspects was very lacking. If it was in a normal big house, the children of a big family would have been brought to the brothel by their elders to drink and have fun after reaching adulthood. Under the influence of actual combat, How could they have such a bad habit? After half an hour, the two of them returned to the same way they came. It was not until they entered their own courtyard that Ping-an heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, there was no mistake. If the old madam knew about this, nothing would happen to the young master, but he would be doomed. He was destined to be kicked out of the house. In Pu City, who would dare to use him? Young master, listen to my advice. There are countless brothel houses in Pu City. Which young master hasn't played there before? Who would laugh at you? Even if you don't want people to know, there are many hidden places that take care of the guests' privacy. There's no problem. The money is enough. The income you've earned during the holidays and the daily income over the years adds up to a lot. Young master, you don't have any other places to spend money. Even if you don't do it, why don't you find dancers here to dance? Raiment dance, thin gown dance, primitive dance, why do you have to do these in the house? It makes people nervous. I'm afraid that something will happen and it will be seen by others and reported to the two madams. The body was very disdainful and even tugged at his school bag. There are things to do and things not to do. Ping-an shook his head when he heard this. There are things to do and things not to do. The things you do are not as good as the things you don't do. It couldn't be helped. Who asked the young master to have such a strange temper? How was a treacherous official cultivated? That was how it was cultivated. Chapter 1950. P.S. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. The first thing Lu Deity did when he came to this ordinary world was to give him a huge shock. This made him immediately realize that there was a fatal flaw in his past self-establishment. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be the young master of Lu province. It was because he didn't have a comprehensive understanding of his past. He thought that he was the young master of Lu province, but this wasn't true, or rather, it wasn't completely true. Zhong-san could say that he was Zhong-san, and Li Sai could say that he was Li Sai, but Lu Xiaoyi couldn't say that, because he had indeed changed. He could be made up of three people's consciousness, or two. The young master of Lu province, his soul in his previous life, could have an unclear relationship with the crow ancestor. Or could the last two be the same thing? He hadn't awakened the memories of his previous life. This could only mean two things. Either he was the young master of Lu province, and he had never cultivated in his previous life, or he had never cultivated to the level of Yuanying, or he hadn't reached that level yet. He was now a half-immortal, and if he hadn't reached that level yet, then no one other than the crow ancestor could meet this condition. This was the reason why he wanted to purify himself. However, this process didn't go smoothly. Before this, he thought that he had already established his past self, but now it seemed that there were flaws hidden so deeply that even he didn't realize it. It wasn't until his past was erased by the immortal that he had the chance to truly face his past, a real young master of Lu province. At the very least, he understood one thing. On him, there seemed to be more of the shadow of the young master of the Lu family. It was in the details that he rarely paid attention to. For example, where did the habit of peeping at people bathing come from? He was the young master of Lu province. This was a very ridiculous process, and he wanted to desperately prove that he was himself. What happened next made him feel even more incredulous. This body had read books for a day and experienced such stimulation at night. After the excitement, he was tired and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Then, Lu Deity felt that his spiritual energy state had fallen into a sluggish state in a very short time, as if it had been frozen. He couldn't even think. He was a little surprised. Was he going to be sent back just like that? Wasn't it too short? He hadn't done anything yet, and nothing had changed. Soon, he couldn't even support this last bit of complaining. As his body fell into a deep sleep, his spiritual soul also fell into a deep sleep. His last thought was that the spiritual energy supply of this adventure was closely related to the main body. Things didn't reach the worst point. When the body woke up the next morning, God Lu also woke up. What followed was a series of daily routines. However, in this series of daily routines, he discovered an extremely shocking abnormality. Because this body was greeting his mother, he suddenly realized that today was not the second day, but the day before yesterday. In other words, the long river of time here wasn't flowing with the current, but flowing against the current. Every time he fell into a deep sleep with this body, when he woke up the next day, he didn't grow up by one day, but became younger by one day. What was the mechanism of such a celestial art? Even though he was a half-immortal, he had no clue. Since he was already here, he couldn't go back now. He could only feel his past self in this kind of time reversal, which he wasn't completely familiar with now. He found the commonalities and commonalities. When he found more and more of these things, he was getting closer and closer to completely integrating with this body. The external manifestation was that he had changed from 3 feet above his head to 2.5 feet above his head. He was half a foot closer to the main body. Finally, he saw hope. He just needed to hold on. But in this life, he really couldn't hold on anymore. Because he was getting younger and younger, from a young man to a young boy, then to a child, and now to a baby. The time he slept was getting longer and longer, so long that Lu deity could only stay awake for 6 to 6 hours a day. His spiritual energy form sank to 2.5 feet before it stopped sinking, because it was impossible to find common ground with a baby. Was it a bed of pee? This kind of change was very novel. He had an intuition about what he would encounter next. Then, he would just sleep and wait in his sleep. Time. He was too lazy to calculate it. Because it was meaningless. Was this an instantaneous celestial art? Or was it synchronized with the outside world? It seemed impossible to synchronize, because the time outside was flowing with the current, but here he was flowing against the current, and it wasn't completely flowing against the current. It was flowing with the current during the day, and suddenly taking a big step back at night. It was as if he was doing a reverse Yanko dance. At the moment when he jumped back to the mother's womb, he felt that he had regained consciousness. Only in the mother's womb did he, the 3-foot god, begin to gradually integrate with his body, and the degree of integration was inversely proportional to the growth of the fetus. When his body became the embryo at the beginning of conception, the degree of integration reached perfection. But this kind of integration had no practical significance. Now, he was just a big cell, and even his hands and feet hadn't grown out. In this kind of situation, he still had things to explore, such as the mystery in the womb. The mystery in the womb was the biggest secret in the process of human formation. It was a mystery in the mystery of reincarnation, karma, creation, fate, good fortune, yin and yang, impermanence, and other innate great Taos. Since the history of cultivation, no one had ever been able to explain this mystery clearly. Where did the first consciousness come from? In which aspect was the influence of the past reflected? Could it determine a person's personality when they were in the womb? Everything in this body, was it given more by reincarnation? Or was it given more by the parents? There were too many mysteries, but unfortunately, he didn't exist as an embryo for long. There was only one thing he was sure of, and that was the most selfless support given to him by the mother in this process. If he didn't experience all of this, he would never fully understand this point. Nutrition was always given to him first. The mother was in front of the virus that harmed him, because he was a child, and she was the mother. Continue to retreat. Backtrack in the darkness. Then, suddenly, light came, as if all the shackles had been removed. He saw the sky again, and saw the world again. A strange world, a strange crowd of crying people, men and women, the old and the young. The mourning hall outside had already been set up, and there was also a heavy coffin made of Nanmu wood. Yes, this was right. Today was the last day of his reincarnation, but tomorrow was the second to last day before his death. It was a mouthful, but he had already adapted to this kind of time reversal. The consciousness of a dying person was also vague. His consciousness was sometimes clear, and sometimes drowsy. Therefore, even a god like him was drowsy, and it was very difficult to get an accurate integration of information. Until the second day. Chapter 1951. P.S. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. On the second day, which was the day he was further away from death, the cries were not as deafening as before. It was just sobbing. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that his body was in a bad state. There was no way to save him. The coffin was still there, but the mourning hall was still being decorated. It was summer now, so there was no freezer. On the third day, no one was crying, but a few of his children were arguing nervously beside him. They were arguing about how to divide the house, how to divide the land, how to divide the gold and silver, and so on. They were like a swarm of flies, buzzing around. On the 10th day, he was still lying on the bed. Beside him were his most trusted aides. He was secretly making arrangements for matters after his death. The illegitimate children outside the city were having a hard time, so they had to be compensated. Which son was not filial enough, so they had to be given less of the family property, and so on. For a month, the newly married and most favored concubine was touching him. He wanted to, but he was powerless. A year later, he was still a bridegroom, just a little older. But in this world, as long as you had power and influence, it was nothing new for the old and young to be matched. It could also be used as a way to ward off bad luck. 10 years later, he was invited to a gathering with his old friends, sighing endlessly. 30 years later, he was in the prime of his life, high-spirited, and his family had just been established. 50 years, 70 years. He began to walk the same path again. The 2.5 feet of deity was now 2 feet and 2 inches, but it was no longer decreasing, because he had entered the stage of being a child again. This was the beginning of another reincarnation. This kind of life was enough for him to carefully experience. Compared with himself, he found similarities. Even if he found fewer and fewer things after reincarnation, at least he had a direction. The mystery of the fetus was the most important thing to him. He had an intuition that if he wanted to completely integrate into it, he had to solve it at this stage. As for reducing the 3 feet of deity to 0 feet, it was almost impossible. Just the experience of 2 reincarnations made him understand that this was just a math game. The further he went, the closer he could only be to 0 distance, but it was impossible for him to really reach it. 0 distance meant that it would perfectly overlap with Lu Xiaoyi's original body. Even if he was not a transmigrator, he might not be able to do this. He was completely isolated from the cultivation world of the universe. He couldn't even try to ask or do anything. He was like a strange circle that floated above the head of the young master reincarnated from Lu province. When they slept, he would also sleep with them. When they made babies, he would grumble in boredom. He couldn't leave. He couldn't even commit suicide. No one could see him, not even cultivators. His entire life was bound to this body. Ren Liunian retreated and saw the youth that came rushing at him. The only good news was that he finally realized that the passage of time here had nothing to do with the environment of the universe outside. In other words, if he could escape one day, perhaps not much time had passed in the outside world. I hope it won't take too long. Lu Xiaoyi went back one life after another. In each life, he discovered his commonality. In each life, he explored the secrets of reincarnation. This went on for life after life. After all, he was a half-immortal soul. After dozens of reincarnations, he finally compressed the 3-foot god to a foot. However, it was difficult for him to compress even an inch. This was a simple mathematical problem. The answer was infinitely close, but it would always be close. His real progress was not in this, but in the mystery of the fetus. After dozens of reincarnations, he had a substantial understanding of the secrets of reincarnation. It could be said that he no longer needed reincarnation fragments on the path of reincarnation. His progress on the path of reincarnation gave him the possibility of completely merging with the fetus in the womb. Furthermore, he would not slowly separate from the fetus as it grew. He was very careful with this method, because one careless mistake could turn him into an idiot. The key was the moment when the fetus disappeared. If the operation was successful, he would appear in the body of his previous life, and not float above his head like a halo. However, he had always been hesitant about whether he should do this. This was because a natural fusion was different from a fusion using a cultivation method. The former was following the will of heaven, while the latter was changing one's life. A passive fusion was called transmigration, while an active fusion was called seizing. The difference was very subtle. Even if he was seizing himself, could he do it? Or not? If he really merged, seized, and placed his consciousness above the consciousness of the main body, what would happen? It seemed that there would be no change. This was because he was driving backward in time. After seizing once, he would have to seize a second time. If he seized today, it might affect tomorrow, but it would not affect yesterday. He would seize as many times as he live. What he did was meaningless to his own life, because it was equivalent to not doing anything. When he woke up after sleeping, he would still be yesterday without the fusion. In theory, this kind of fusion would last for a lifetime. When he finally returned to the womb, the two would become one. This was only in theory, and it was his deduction. Lu Xiaoyi continued to deduce, trying to be more confident in the technical level. This was because he might only have this one chance, and there was no room for error. After going through more than 10 reincarnations, he had finally achieved perfection in terms of technique. Ever since he started cultivating, the application of the mind had always been his strength. This was also the reason why he was still so confident even after dawdling here for so long. He had a plan, and he had the means. What he lacked now was determination. He was not an indecisive person, but now he was doubting whether his method of fusion, which he had a high chance of succeeding in, was ethically valid. There were many paradoxes. Could the reincarnated people be replaced in different reincarnations? Were the souls of the reincarnated people completely the same? If the answer was yes, what positive significance would a reincarnated person have to the universe and the progress of mankind? Forever stuck in one's ways, forever not thinking of making progress. Linglong had once told him that in the universe, nothing was eternal. If he had to choose one, it would be that only change was eternal. Thinking about it carefully, the meaning was endless. If the answer was no, it meant that the 1-foot-long deity that he was now would never be able to land on the head of this body. This was because they could not replace each other, because in every life, there would be more or less parental factors that would affect it. Then what was the point of such a test? The most important core was whether he should seize the body or not. Whether he could pass this test or not. This was a question of morality. It was very illusory and philosophical, but at his level, once he made the wrong choice, he would be ruined for life. This was the reason why he was hesitating. Chapter 1952. P.S. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. Lu Xiaoyi was wavering between his choices. One moment, he favored practical results, the next moment, he favored ethics and morality, even though it was strange for an existence like him to talk about morality. No matter how much he hesitated, he still had to make a decision. In the end, in the balance of his heart, he was more inclined to follow reason and morality. Of course, to him, it was not so high and mighty. It was just a kind of bottom-line thinking. There was a price to pay for insisting on the bottom line. The price was that the speed of his light circle's descent began to slow down to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. During this process, he began to learn how to control it appropriately. For example, he no longer needed to wait day by day. Instead, he could shorten the time he needed to comprehend it every few days, or even every 10 days. It was like the fast rewind button of a video recorder. This helped him to quickly pass through those useless periods, such as the infancy stage. He had encountered a good opportunity to forcefully fuse. After so many reincarnations and reverse reincarnations, Lu Xiaoyi had a deep understanding of reincarnation and the mystery of being in the womb. At the same time, he also discovered many regularities, such as the time interval between reincarnations. Not everyone would be able to enter the next life immediately after death. There was a problem of waiting in line. The length of waiting time was determined by the heavenly axiom's judgment of good and evil in the previous life. This was also the reason why some people in the mortal world described so-and-so as a good person for several lifetimes. Because of the accumulation of good deeds, the reincarnation was particularly fast. However, few people had heard of a bad person for 9 lifetimes. This was because their reincarnation was always intermittent. The heavenly axiom deliberately made souls like them wait in line. Lu Xiaoyi had explored this experience. Until now, he could basically deduce whether this body had done more good deeds or more evil deeds in the previous life. After dozens of lifetimes, he found that although his body was not very good, it was still a good person overall. Therefore, the waiting time in line was very short. This was a reward from the heavenly axiom. However, in his current situation, it was disadvantageous for him to forcefully fuse. In order to achieve a perfect fusion process, it was better to wait for a longer time. For him, who had grasped similar regularities, this might be a rare opportunity for him. Should he do it or not? His consciousness was once again immersed in the fetus. At this moment, his senses were particularly sensitive. He could feel that he was very likely an evil person in his previous life. He could feel that this kind of possession could reduce the influence of morality to the minimum. He could feel that all the conditions for possession had been met. He was afraid that he would not be able to wait for a more suitable opportunity than this one. He could also feel that it was difficult for his spiritual circle to sink any further. Everything was ready except for the east wind. The east wind was his determination. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally. This should be the cultivation philosophy of a cultivator. Follow the will of the heavens and follow one's heart. He went through all of this in his consciousness again and smiled. He stopped thinking and didn't want to tire himself out. Instead, he chose to sleep with the embryos. This was a crucial choice. After experiencing dozens of reincarnations, he gave up on the things that he had understood for such a long time. He gave himself to the cultivation of doing nothing and let nature take its course. This was a gamble. He was betting on bidding farewell to mediocrity and having a brighter future. After a long wait, when he appeared in his reincarnation again, he was besieged by a group of chivalrous people. As the continent's most notorious bandit, murderer, and sex fiend, his hands were stained with blood. He had escaped from the encirclement of righteous people countless times. But this time, he couldn't escape anymore. When numerous weapons pierced his body, what made the chivalrous people shudder was that this evil person's face had a smile that came from his heart. A carefree smile. A smile as if a burden had been lifted. A smile full of hope. Because the spiritual circle above his head was no longer there. It didn't disappear. Instead, it was in the sea of consciousness of this body, merging with the body and becoming one. He made the right bet. The spiritual circle didn't need to be in direct contact with the human body. The factors to consider were actually other factors. A person, even if they were at different ages and stages in their life, would not be completely the same person. How could there be a difference between reincarnations? Change was the true essence of the universe, and that included humans. His body was already dead. This time, because his spirit and body had completely merged, the reincarnation cycle was interrupted. He didn't continue his reincarnation journey. He couldn't do it, and there was no need to. He withdrew from the initial state when he entered this ordinary world. He felt that his abilities had recovered. Looking in from here, all the paths of the ordinary world were open to him. That was the entrance to his countless past. Only one path was closed. He could guess what was behind this path. That must be the magnificent life of a swordsman. He gave up. From now on, it had nothing to do with him. Because he had chosen to be the truly ordinary young master of Lu province. If one path was opened, another would naturally be closed. It was impossible to eat more than one. Why was it one path and not two? He had two special pasts. There was only one answer. Those two pasts were very likely the same thing. He wasn't necessarily a transmigrator. The masters of those two pasts were, but he wasn't. He was a native. This was the truth of the matter. From now on, when other cultivators looked at his future, they would no longer be able to see the strange phenomenon that had once appeared. That past life's past, that peerless evil sword, was destined to become history. And he had forever lost the opportunity to understand this past. He didn't regret it. Compared to listening to other people's stories, he wanted to have his own story. He didn't leave. Instead, he stood here for a long time, gazing at this past that had already been closed to him. This past had given him too much help at the beginning of his cultivation. It could be said that most of his early important opportunities had come from here. Without this past, he didn't know if he could still reach his current height. It even involved those existences that silently supported him from behind: Elder Jew, Big Bird, Fat Otaku, Black Dragon, Wild Boar, Bayan, and so on. Without this past, he was destined to have no fate with these existences. This was a fact. He wasn't someone who would turn hostile after receiving favors from others. On the contrary, he especially valued these things. He laughed softly and murmured, "Many thanks for your company and help. Please forgive me for my youth and ignorance. But you must know, little eagle will eventually grow up. Forever staying under a powerful wing, it's destined that he won't be able to spread his wings and soar high, conquering the clouds and defying the wind. So he has to eat the eggshell and face everything alone. I won't say thanks because I still have to wipe your ass. This is the most difficult task in this world. Consider it my repayment to you." Chapter 1953. Lu Xiaoyi had finally solved the problem of his past. Li Wuya, the time traveler, liked to stir shit and wanted to change the world. However, this was not the exclusive right of the time traveler. The Aborigines also had this right. The time traveler had failed, and now it was up to the Aborigines. In other words, the time traveler had started, and now it was time for him to continue. Towards the Crow ancestor, he had always been rude. He was not an ingrate, but a soul who wanted to get rid of the influence of others and be more independent. Just like a son to his father, respect was one thing, disobedience was another. There was no conflict. He just wanted to prove himself. This was the common problem of every promising child, and he was no exception. After pouring out his heart, he finally relaxed. This was a necessary attitude for the path he was going to take in the future. Since the burden was gone, he no longer had any worries. He quickly retreated and appeared in the void of the universe, a place he was very familiar with. When he looked back, his surroundings were empty. Where was the ordinary world and the countless roads? There was only a void, and a void beast was peeking its head out and running away in panic. Odd righteous pure land. This was the odd righteous pure land. It did not exist in the void, but in the heart of every cultivator. It was the only way for immortals to climb up. However, the universe was in chaos, and even a small half-immortal like him had the opportunity to experience the wonders of the odd righteous pure land. He could pass the test of the odd righteous pure land because he understood that a person was always changing, just like how you could never step into the same river. Therefore, it did not matter how many feet Lucian was. It was just a matter of how much he changed. As long as he existed, it meant that he had a connection with his past, and there was something in common. The key was the process of him finding his past. He did not force, did not take over, and respected every life, even if it was his reincarnation. In such a private situation, he could still be serious and not bully others. What would happen if it was someone else? This was the test of the odd righteous pure land for him. This was definitely not the only way. Different people had different ways of testing. Not everyone had such a complicated experience in the past. The purpose of the Pure Land of Oddity was to catch the most critical flaw in each cultivator's state of mind and create a scene to test the cultivator's quality, to see if the cultivator was qualified to become an eternal immortal. Therefore, Qing Xian did not know where the so-called Qijing Pure Land was. It was just because he had never been there before. Just like how he had been there now, he would not tell anyone about it. The punishment for revealing heaven's secrets was very severe. Even if he told his friends, would it be a good thing? That might not be the case. On the contrary, he might be worried about personal gains and losses. The only thing he was curious about was the purpose of this exterior immortal. Such a complicated immortal technique couldn't be used so casually, right? Was this really a punishment? After cultivating for more than 2,000 years, he roughly understood some of the so-called immortals' basic principles. There was no absolute right, wrong, good, or bad. I'll give you a chance. If you pass, then it's fate. If you don't pass, then you deserve it because you're not qualified. He should be grateful for this opportunity, not the negative consequences that could be caused by the opportunity. If it were someone else, would they use such an immortal technique to waste time and energy? Therefore, it should be a kind of test with goodwill as the starting point. However, this kind of test was more cruel. There was a high probability that he would fail. He would not think that this was a malicious killing plot. If he thought about it this way, the path would become narrower and narrower. He looked at the time. As he expected, it was only a few moments. This time was basically wasted on reminiscing in the ordinary world. The real reincarnation time was only a moment. He was in a void that was very unfamiliar to him. He could not even find the familiar location of the main star. For a master of stars like him, who liked to travel around, if he still felt unfamiliar, this place should not be in the eastern heaven. He had a way to go back, but he had his own concerns. If he used the interior heaven as a transit, he would have to enter the interior heaven and accept the restrictions of entering and exiting. Using the exterior heaven was very attractive, but the problem was that the exterior immortal monarch was now paying attention to him. It might not matter if others used the exterior heaven as a transit, but it was too eye-catching for him. The most important thing was that he did not want to go back to the boring life of a sect leader so soon. Since he had come out, since he had so many reasons. He looked at the stars aimlessly all the way. He also needed some time to digest the changes that this experience had brought to him. He liked to float in the void and think about problems. His mind was much more sensitive than in the bounded domain. This was a habit that had been cultivated for more than 2,000 years and had been solidified. Looking at himself, the past was very clear and there was no suspense left. This was also what he wanted. The future of the universe would change very quickly, so he needed a solid foundation. His ego was complete, and he knew very well that his superego was still completing the final construction, so it would not take much time. In this way, he had already completed the foundation of immortal ascension. It was enough for him to deal with the next upper-level sun spirit, or to take the second step. In his self-reflection, a very strange thing appeared in his perception. He immediately understood what it was. Faith. After having an independent faith for nearly 1,000 years, he had a new faith, respect. Faith had always been insignificant in the process of his cultivation. Sometimes, he would even forget that he had such a thing. However, faith had always subtly influenced his way of doing things. For example, independence. It was this deep-rooted sense of independence that made him resolutely choose to sever his ties with the too special past. Even if he had to pay the price, he wanted to become an absolute and independent self. He did not want to live in the shadow of others, even if the shadow might be very great. The same went for respect. It had happened unknowingly and arrived. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, it was a matter of course and a matter of course. In the exterior realm, he was willing to take a strange risk and respect others. He would rather offend the immortals for the people on the list. In the odd righteous pure land, he respected himself. He would rather lose the past forever than to scheme for some seemingly insignificant reincarnation. Respecting others and respecting oneself was the respect of faith. It sounded simple, but it was very difficult to do it. He had two faiths. Lu Xiaoyi sighed with emotion. In fact, ever since he had obtained conviction, he had rarely used it in battle. Conviction had the miraculous ability to reduce defense by 10%, and now that he had two, he could reduce defense by 20%. This would play a decisive role in a battle between experts. The reason why he did not use it often was that the swordsman's fixed thinking was always afraid that he would become dependent on it. But now that he thought about it, he had worked hard to get it. It was not like he had stolen it or picked it up. Why should he be so stupid? With the improvement of the realm, it was not only knowledge that was opened, but also the mind. Chapter 1954. A strange phenomenon was that the things he was cultivating now had less and less to do with the sword. But because of this, his sword was becoming sharper and sharper. This was the true philosophy of cultivation. Sword Dao was not something to be taken out of alone. It was still within the entire Taoist system. When you felt that your swordsmanship had hit the ceiling and could not improve, don't be discouraged and practice something else. Dao state of mind, past, present, future, and countless other aspects. While he was strengthening himself, he was also strengthening the foundation of his swordsmanship. Dao was always interlinked. He now deeply understood this point. He began to contact the heavenly eyes. He had to check on the completion of this mission and his friends in the interior realm. If he was fine, they would certainly be fine. But he also wanted to know what changes there would be in the exterior realm after this. The heavenly eyes quickly replied. It was concise and comprehensive, with two main points. First, the heavenly eyes recognized the completion of the mission. In view of his disrespect to the immortals, the problem could have been solved through the heavenly eyes' immortal monarch. But in the end, he had to play the hero, which was suspected of playing to the gallery and caused a commotion in the exterior realm. So his merits offset his faults, and there was no reward or punishment. However, there was one condition, which was to keep his status as the enforcer of heaven's eyes. On the surface, it was to let the interior experts continue to pursue the Avilders who had escaped from the exterior. But in fact, it was also a kind of recognition and reward in disguise. It was just that he couldn't say it out loud, so as to avoid the immortal court forces behind heaven's eyes and exterior experts from causing trouble. This status had many uses. It was not completely an empty position. Pursuing the exterior realm monsters was a long process. If one day was not enough, he would be the enforcer for one day. Such measures made Lu Xiaoyi wonder which immortal monarch was behind the heavenly eyes' actions. It should be someone who had no prejudice against him, right? Secondly, when the exterior realm was really shaken, it was not the half-immortals who were shaken, but the exterior immortal monarch. It was said that there was a change of immortals. The heavenly eyes was a little vague about this and did not mention much. This was also the usual way of keeping things mysterious. The second point was very practical for him, because he could probably use some means to pass through the exterior realm. This allowed him to not lose his sense of direction. He began to consider whether or not he should take this opportunity to make a trip to the Phoenix Nest. After all, he was not the kind of person who would not admit his mistakes after putting on his pants. He had to at least meet Han Yang, even if it was as a friend. Just as he was thinking about his next destination, several cultivators surrounded him. They were all true monarchs. Moreover, he was just floating like a corpse. Others had thoughts, but he was just a corpse. It was normal for him to be blocked in this state. It was a little funny. How could he be targeted in such a strange place? Was it because he was too famous? Or was it because he was asking for a beating? Fellow Daoist, stop. You have entered our security zone. Please show us your background, orthodoxy, and roots. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly realized that he had stumbled into a fight. In the current cultivation world of the universe, chaos was everywhere and wars were frequent. It was just that there were very few fights as big as the one in Dongxiangshan. The battle of orthodoxy, the killing of the realm, the historical grievances, the gains and losses, everyone took this opportunity to settle it together. It was also a good way to avoid karma. He shook his head. He did not want to participate in such trivial matters. There was no end to it, and there was no right or wrong. Therefore, he said sincerely, I was thinking about something and went in the wrong direction. I'm sorry, I'll leave now. However, his politeness did not get the cultivators to bend the rules. This was normal. Some taboos could not be retracted just because he said that he went in the wrong direction. For example, Lu Xiaoyi entered the wrong senior sister's bathhouse. There were 4 people surrounding him. 2 of them were perfected lords and 2 of them were Yuanying. Among them, the perfected lord of the Essence Soul Realm looked at him with an amused expression. As a perfected lord of the Essence Soul Realm, he felt that this unfamiliar cultivator was very strange. He thought that this was a hint from his intuition, an external sign that Lu Xiaoyi had something to hide. However, he did not know that this was actually Lu Xiaoyi's natural concealment of his own realm after he had perfectly established his ego. His half-immortal aura had changed. This was a sign that he was about to reach the upper realm. However, a sign was a sign. It was possible that he would reach the upper realm tomorrow. It was also possible that he would reach the upper realm in 1,000 years. Please show us your orthodoxy and background. Before this, you are a prisoner of the Alliance. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Actually, after becoming a half-immortal and having a plan for his future, he rarely killed people. This was because what he wanted to do in the future required him to have more friends and not enemies. However, this cultivation world was always full of helplessness. He still wanted to make one last attempt to redeem himself. No one can force me to say anything when I'm under duress, even if it's about what I ate last time. This is the basic right of a cultivator who walks in the universe. I'm not a prisoner either, before you prove your strength. The path of cultivation is about mutual respect. I understand this principle. Do you understand? The nascent soul cultivator sneered. Putting aside his strength and talking about his authority, he didn't know how he managed to get to this point. All right, I'll force you now. Your orthodoxy, your background, and what you ate last time. With a wave of his hand, he activated his Tao realm and his spiritual pet spread its wings. The remaining 3 people also made their moves. He appeared to be very strong because this was the Alliance's territory. However, even so, he would still be very careful when dealing with a nascent soul cultivator who was like him. He would first use the Alliance's name to pressure him, then use words to confuse him. In fact, his purpose was just to occupy a position so that he could make the first move. He was very clear that words were useless. As long as he could take down this person, he would have the authority and the heavenly Tao. A flash of light streaked across the void. It seemed to be very far, but it also seemed to be very close. This wasn't contradictory, because that flash of light came faster than his mental reaction. He relied on his vision to see the flash of light from afar. He felt that the flash of light was very close because of his body's consciousness. When the sword aura exploded in his body, he knew that in the face of true power, all his little tricks were actually useless. Humans should learn to be respectful, especially cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi looked at the remaining 3 people indifferently. Humble, friendly. When you see a guest from afar, you should bring out your own wine and food. You should give good blessings and considerate help. You should even take out your more precious things. Yes, old witch, if that's the case, at least you won't say goodbye to this beautiful universe before the start of the Great Era. For example, I never ask people where they come from. Where are they going? Where is your home? What do you do? I only know how to say, hey, friend, you've been walking for a long time. Why don't you sit down and have a drink? If you have a good drink, what can't you say? Chapter 1955. The 3 cultivators from the so-called Alliance did not even dare to breathe loudly. 2 of them were bodhisattvas, while the other was a small Buddha. Their strength was far inferior to the leader's vital spirit. They did not expect that their senior brother would die here because they did not offer him good wine, food. Most importantly, it was meaningless. They still did not know anything. Lu Xiaoyi found it strange that the 3 monks were so quiet out of fear. Even if there was a huge difference in strength, the first choice would be to scatter and escape. The universe was vast, and the chances of escape were high. There was no reason for them to be frightened by his pretentious words. The will of a cultivator was not so weak. He did not bother to investigate further. Then, if there is no wine, guests from afar can at least ask the host for directions, right? The 3 monks were even more bitter. They also realized their recklessness. This was a completely unnecessary conflict, but it could not be resolved. First of all, which sky is this? Under Lu Xiaoyi's abuse of power, Lu Xiaoyi quickly understood where he was. Western heaven, the airspace near the Scarlet Star. Yes, it was the sword vein that Tu Muyun asked him to take care of when he was in the exterior sword vein. It wasn't that he had forgotten. He just felt that in terms of importance, there was no need to rush over there. It wouldn't be difficult for him to find a suitable time when he was more familiar with the exterior heavens in the future. He would definitely come to the Western Elephant Heavens. He liked to gather more things and solve them all at once. This was definitely not a coincidence. Was it intentional by the exterior immortal monarch? Did Tu Muyun have something to do with the exterior immortal monarch? Or was there another reason? He could not guess, but one thing was certain. This could be a convenient favor. It was also another way to express that the exterior immortal monarch had no ill intentions towards him. The Scarlet Star was a very unique medium-sized region. It was full of spiritual vigor. Due to historical reasons, it was the sole orthodoxy of the Sword Vein. There were no orthodox Taoist or Buddhist temples on the planet. Of course, there was no space for heterodox sects to exist. Here, only the Sword Vein existed. There were many inheritances of the Sword Vein. The cultivators in the nearby regions rarely called them by their specific sects. Anyway, these swordsmen closed their doors and stayed together outside the region. Therefore, they were collectively called the Scarlet Swordsmen. Over time, it became an official name for them in the Western Heaven. The Scarlet Star's name had its origin. It was because the fire energy on this planet was abnormally strong. It was easy to imagine the connections of this orthodoxy in the Western Heaven cultivation world. Among the 4 quadrants of the universe, the Eastern Heaven was dominated by Taoists. Even the immortal monarch in charge was a Taoist immortal monarch. In the Southern Heaven, there were more ancient, strange, and demonic beasts. In the Northern Heaven, it was the quadrant of innate and acquired spiritual treasures. Of course, there was a difference in the ratio. Human cultivators were still the dominant force. In the Eastern Heaven, Taoists were 60%, Buddhists were 30%, and the remaining 10% was equally divided between demonic beasts and spiritual treasures. In the Northern Heaven and Southern Heaven, the ratio of demonic beasts and spiritual treasures increased to 20% or 30%. In Western Elephant Heaven, Buddhism accounted for 50% of the population, Taoism accounted for 30%, and the remaining 20% was made up of all sorts of random forces. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the Scarlet Star to survive for so long if they were not powerful enough. This was because the Buddhist inheritance was far more permeable than Taoists. It was all-pervasive and would take advantage of any gap. With such strength, it was easy to imagine the situation in the Western Quadrant, where Buddhists were the dominant force. They persevered for many years, but in the chaos of the universe and the change of the era, they had no choice but to face the most severe test since the establishment of their own sect. An alliance formed by the surrounding Buddhist forces used a groundless accusation as an excuse to follow the example of the Eastern Heaven Alliance and attack the Scarlet Star in the Western Heaven. The war had been going on for many years and was still in a stalemate. However, it was clear that it was only a matter of time before they failed to contend with the mainstream of the Western Heaven. This was also the reason why Tu Muyun was so worried in the exterior realm. Unfortunately, he could not return. Even if he did, what could he do? If he could return, a group of Western Heaven Buddhists in the exterior realm could return. They would not divulge the specific inside story, the formation of the alliance, the overall plan, and the progress of the war. All they talked about was the general and obvious things. Of course, with their status, it was impossible for them to know everything. The only one who knew more was the Buddha, who was killed by Lu Xiaoyi. This was not a small problem, but a big one. He had long been tired of attacking and defending the realm. He had played the 5 rings of the blue sky, Zhuxian's defense, and hung his breaking the realm. In fact, it was very boring. He also did not think that it was meaningful for a demigod like him to get involved. Standing in this position, he should be able to see deeper and further. He also finally understood why these 3 people were afraid and did not run away. They thought that he was a master among the Scarlet Swordsmen. If you go back, how will you explain the death of one of your primordial spirits? Lu Xiaoyi asked with great interest. The remaining Buddha smiled bitterly. I'm afraid we can only tell the truth. Senior's death cannot be hidden from others. Even if the 3 of us die on the spot, everything that happened here will not be loss. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This was a small threat. Even ants would drag out their lives, let alone humans. Then, I have a request, and I hope the three of you can agree to it. If you agree, I am not a person who kills indiscriminately. If you don't agree, I will do as I please. The Buddha plucked up his courage. As long as it doesn't go against our Buddha's heart. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. What Buddha's heart and Tao's heart? It's just the human heart. I'm not here to ask you to betray anyone or do something that is contrary to the bottom line of a cultivator. What I mean is that you can go back and report the truth, but you must report it to the higher-ups. You can't spread this trivial matter all over the city. Just say that the interior heavenly Lu brought a torture puppet to this region and was questioned by you, which led to these misunderstandings. Do you understand what I mean? The three monks were shocked. They did not know who Inspector Lu was, but they knew very well what kind of place the interior heavenly Lu was. They interrogated the suspicious cultivators who passed by, but they did not expect to catch an interior demigod. No wonder their senior died so easily. He did not even have a chance to struggle. They knew very well what this demigod meant. If they wanted to escalate the situation, they should roll up their sleeves and treat him as the Scarlet Swordsman. If they did not want to escalate the situation beyond their control, there would be more to come. A foreign swordsman came here at the right time. Who would believe that he was just passing by? He must have come directly from the interior heavenly Lu to end this war. The situation was getting serious. Chapter 1956. The Buddha felt that the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. He knew very well what it meant to be a half-immortal. When the universe entered the middle stage, half-immortal monsters appeared not only in the eastern sky, but also in the other three heavens. Because of the clash between the inner and western sky in the eastern sky, there were a few monsters of the interior level in the eastern sky. Therefore, the monsters of the exterior level, who were far ahead in terms of numbers, preferred to run to the northwest and southern sky. They subconsciously avoided the eastern sky, which was a tiger's den. Therefore, in the western sky, there were frequent rumors of half-immortals fighting with the cultivators of the main world. What was worse was that the young gods were at a disadvantage. As far as he knew, there were half-immortals in the Scarlet Red, but they were real half-immortals who could not come down. Therefore, when all half-immortals could freely enter and leave, the elimination of the Scarlet Red became the most important thing. This could take 1,000 years, or even less. All the arrangements were based on this, but now, a powerful half-immortal swordsman had appeared. What was hidden in this? Was it a coincidence? Was it deliberate? Was it an individual act? Or was it an outpost of the swordsman army? This was a matter of great importance. Don't worry, great immortal. We know the severity of the matter. We can't guarantee anything else, but we will definitely pass the news directly to the higher-ups of the Alliance. We won't spread it in advance. The three of them left hurriedly. It seemed that they were really anxious. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The situation forced him to reveal his identity. He had no choice. He liked to pretend to be weak. Even after becoming a half-immortal, he did not change this bad habit. However, he also knew that he had to look at the occasion. If he did not look at the time and place and only showed his face for himself, this kind of trouble would only get bigger and bigger. Moreover, with his current status and reputation, there was really no need for him to pretend in the main world. Although the three monks did not speak clearly and did not tell the truth, some basic information could not be wrong. For example, the war had been going on for several years. For example, the battlefield had long changed from a territorial attack to a battle in outer space. In such a situation, great changes could happen at any time. Either the Crimson Sword sect would be destroyed, or the Alliance would suffer heavy losses. The hatred between the two sides would grow deeper and deeper. When the hatred between the two sides was irreconcilable, it would be impossible to resolve it. One side would have to be completely destroyed. This is the Western heaven. Can Buddhism be completely wiped out? Therefore, Scarlet's current situation was very dangerous. She had reached a point where she could not afford any delays. This was also not an occasion for him to pretend. When he first heard about this, he had a general principle in his heart. First of all, his participation could not change anything on the tactical level. This was not a conflict that could be solved by one person. Secondly, it was impossible for him to gather the swordsman army. The distance to do so could not be covered even in 1,000 years. Therefore, the only possibility was to reconcile the dispute between the two sides and see if they could reach a truce agreement that both sides could accept. He was a half-immortal, not a human immortal. It was impossible for them to guard this place forever. Such a guard was an insult to the sword range. War is the art of compromise. After reaching the half-immortal realm, he began to slowly wake up. There was no other way to stop this war immediately. The only thing he could do was to reveal his identity. He hoped that this would make this so-called alliance hesitate and buy him some time. As for now, he had to find the Scarlet Swordsman group as soon as possible. He had to set up a truce period between the two sides and try to reach a consensus during this time. Of course, the three monks did not know where the main force of the Scarlet Swordsman group was. They could only tell him the location of the Scarlet Star, and he had to find it himself. Hopefully, he could make it in time. Lu Xiaoyi was no longer floating like a corpse. He was flying at full speed. As he flew, he took out the star map that Tu Muyun had given him and compared it with the map. Finally, he found his position. There was still a month before the Scarlet Star. This field battle was quite bold. He didn't hide his figure, but swaggered and showed off his aura. Along the way, there were several patrol squads similar to the 4 people from before, but they didn't pose a threat to him. He just sped up and rushed over. His real goal was not to attract the attention of these monks, but to attract the attention of the Scarlet Swordsman. There was no way to find them in the vast universe. He could only let them find him first. This strategy was quite effective. Half a month later, he shook off a target who was trying to approach him from the side. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to test the waters. He swung his sword from afar, and the person immediately drew his sword to defend himself. Then, he suddenly turned around and tightened his sword. The person was already immobilized. From his appearance, he still looked like a monk. His Dao realm was mainly Buddhist. However, he was using a real flying sword. It was not a sword pill or a coiling sword, but a Zen sword. At first glance, he looked like a swordsman disguised as a monk. However, Lu Xiaoyi knew that he was not in disguise. This was because the famous Scarlet Swordsman in the Western Elephant Heaven was a Buddhist sword sect, who said that the swordsman had to be from a Taoist sect. He could also be from a Buddhist sect. In terms of breadth and depth, the Buddhist sect was not much worse than the Taoist sect. Since the Taoist sect had a sword that protected Tao, it was not surprising that the Buddhist sect could have a sword that protected Tao. Tu Muyun had vaguely mentioned this before. This was also the awkward part of the Scarlet Sword vein. To the Buddhist sect, they were a sword vein, but to the Taoist sect, they were monks. Neither side was good, and both sides were just eating melons. Life was also very hard. Lu Xiaoyi had consulted a few of his senior brothers in the exterior realm about this. He wanted to know their views on the Buddhist sword vein. In the end, he was deeply moved by Tinx's words. Seeing is believing. It had been more than 10,000 years since Tu Muyun left the Scarlet Sword vein and came to the exterior realm. As he spent all his time in the clouds of the sword vein, he obviously valued his identity as a swordsman more than a Buddhist sect. Therefore, he was naturally a swordsman. However, no one could tell the exact situation of the Crimson Sword range. Therefore, he was told not to jump to conclusions in advance. Everything had to be seen first. The real sword range did not depend on where one's cultivation method came from, or whether one wore a monk's robe or a Taoist's robe. However, one's heart for the sword could never be deceived. It was obvious at a glance. Lu Xiaoyi deeply agreed. It was precisely because of this sword vein orthodoxy of the Buddhist sect that he didn't feel too much of a sense of urgency. It was placed at the back of the schedule, but he didn't expect that it would be thrown here by an exterior immortal monarch. He had to do something about it. He did not rush to curry favor with the monk. Instead, he was indifferent. Are you a Buddhist? Or a sword vein? How could the monk not know his identity when he saw his attire? It was like a Chinese chef bumping into a Western chef. Although they were of the same trade, they had to ask about the cuisine first. If it was a half-cooked dish, he might not be able to get close to it. Chapter 1957. The Scarlet Swordsman was very careful. As a swordsman, he could clearly feel the strength of this fellow. We are from the Scarlet Zen sword sect, but if you want to ask me which is more important, then of course, the sword is more important. Lu Xiaoyi did not comment. This was the reason why he had a headache over this place, and the reason why he could not rashly join in. If Wei Zhenshan was here, he would have directly attacked the higher-ups of the alliance and killed them until they were convinced. But obviously, it was not so simple now. Whether they were willing to accept his help was another matter altogether. 2 Muyun had not descended to the mortal world for 10,000 years, and the situation there was constantly changing. There was a small change in 100 years, and a big change in 1,000 years. What would happen in 10,000 years? If I say that I want to go to your secret gathering place, are you willing to lead the way? Lu Xiaoyi exuded the aura of a half-immortal, which was completely different from that of a young god. Although the monk's realm was not high, he was still a yin god bodhisattva, so he immediately understood. His thoughts turned quickly. He considered the significance of the half-immortal realm, and then considered the style of the swordsman. He was also a decisive person, so he immediately made up his mind. If that's the case, I am willing to lead the way. He turned and leaped to the side, and Lu Xiaoyi followed closely behind. The Sword Buddha had many questions. He wanted to know if this was a coincidence, or the support of the Taoist sword sect with a purpose. In Western Elephant Heaven, the Taoist veins were weaker, not to mention the Taoist sword sect. There was no space for them to survive. In the Eastern Heaven, the Buddhist sect had no way to deal with these so-called lunatics of the Tao sword. Part of the reason was that their fighting strength was astonishing, but the bigger reason was that they were in a place where Taoism flourished in the Eastern Heaven. He had doubts in his heart. He did not know if the appearance of the swordsman of the half-immortal realm was a blessing or a curse for them. This mentality was impossible in other elephant heavens, but this was Western Heaven. Even if they were from the sword vein, they would never be able to erase the obvious Buddhist brand on them. What's your surname? Can you tell me the details of the battle? Lu Xiaoyi was very courteous. He was no longer the young and inexperienced person he used to be. The most obvious change was that he was more willing to think for others. In his opinion, the Shenyuan sword vein, or rather, the Taoist sword vein, was the authentic one. There was no doubt about this. However, it was possible to think so in the Eastern Heaven, but not necessarily in the Western Heaven. Perhaps people thought that the Buddhist sword system was the authentic sword vein system. The Sword Buddha hesitated for a moment and decided to tell the truth. I'm Yutan, and I'm patrolling the distant region for the Crimson Buddha's sword vein. I'll tell you the truth. Yutan explained everything in detail, and Lu Xiaoyi finally had a general understanding of the world-ending war in Western Heaven. To be honest, both overtly and covertly, it was inseparable from the changes in Eastern Heaven. The time when the Crimson Star's abnormality appeared was a few hundred years ago. If one carefully calculated the timeline, it should be within 100 years after the First Great War of the Five Rings. The situation suddenly became tense. There was no special reason for it. The Crimson Star and the forces in the surrounding realms had always been on bad terms. After a long time, they were entangled in tension. Sometimes they fought, and sometimes they cooperated. Sometimes they fought, and sometimes they cooperated. It was not a big fight, and they did not cooperate. It was just awkward, and everyone made do with each other. Therefore, when the situation became tense, the Crimson Star did not pay too much attention to it. They were also very clear that when the universe changed and the era changed, the Western Heaven, like all the other heavens, was bound to undergo a reshuffling process to consolidate their position and eliminate dissidents. A nondescript orthodoxy like theirs was probably the first to bear the brunt of it. The Taoist forces in Western Heaven could not be moved by the Buddhists, just like how the Eastern Heaven Taoists could not move the Buddhists. Therefore, the most dangerous ones were not the Taoists, but the ones like them who did not rely on either side. To resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal affairs. Therefore, preparations had been made for a long time, for example, the distribution of seeds, the contraction of resources, the intensification of war preparations, and so on. The more difficult problem for them was how to find allies. It was too difficult. On one hand, it was because their swordsman characteristics were not liked by others. On the other hand, it was because the environment they were in was too awkward. They were different from the rest of the Buddhists. They were the Buddhists in the eyes of the Taoists. They were the orthodox among the unorthodox, and they were the heretics in the eyes of the orthodox. You haven't formed your own alliance for hundreds of years. Your relationship is. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Yu Tan looked ashamed. This is a problem left behind by history, and it has never been completely solved. In addition, we did not expect it to come so soon. We thought it would come at the end of the universe's transformation, but we did not expect it to come earlier. Moreover, we also have internal problems. Being in such a state of constant vigilance for a long period of time would cause one's perception of danger to be dulled. This was an unavoidable mentality. Moreover, they probably did not expect that everything that happened in the Western Paradise was actually closely related to the changes in the Eastern Paradise. The Buddhists were rebuffed in the Eastern Paradise, so it was normal for them to seek revenge or compensation in the Western Paradise. To put it bluntly, the Western Heaven's Buddha sword vein was dragged down by the Eastern Heaven's Tao sword vein. Lu Xiaoyi listened quietly. It was not convenient for him to ask some questions. Whether he said it or not depended on himself. If he was smart, he would solve it as soon as possible when the demigods came down. If he pretended to be stupid, he could only bear it himself. Yu Tan was a smart person. On the way back, he also weighed the whole matter. They needed help and external forces to intervene. They could not hold on by themselves. The war had been going on for several years now. To be able to hold on for such a long time in a war with such disparity in strength was not only because of their combat power, but also because of their correct battle strategy. From the beginning, they gave up on attacking and defending the realm. They gave up the Scarlet Star and destroyed the realm's grand membrane. The significance of this was that even if the realm was occupied by others, because the grand membrane was destroyed and the demigods could not come down to rebuild it, it would not be used as a tool by the Buddhist. Without the grand membrane, everyone could not fight a defensive battle. This was a very painful but very effective decision. All the Scarlet Buddha swordsmen, Yuanying and above went out to the void of the universe to fight guerrilla warfare. Relying on their familiarity with the space, they came and went like the wind. They did not fight a decisive battle but only harassed. This made the Buddhist alliance unable to do anything. There were many strange techniques in the Buddhist alliance, but the problem was that in a sense, the Scarlet was also a branch of the Buddhist alliance. Therefore, they fought back and forth and it became a terrible battle. If the Henghe realm had learned this move, it would have been troublesome for Lu Xiaoyi and the others. Unfortunately, in terms of battle, the people of Henghe realm were not as sharp as the swordsman, even if this was a special Buddhist swordsman. However, this kind of fighting style would eventually be familiar to the opponent. The opponent was also familiar with the familiar space. With the gathering of the Buddhist alliance's power, the Scarlet Swordsman's space to maneuver became smaller and smaller. They were also forced further and further away from the realm. Seeing that they were so powerless, there was a voice that said that they were going to fight a big battle, a reversal of the situation, but this was also what the Buddhist alliance hoped for. Chapter 1958. Having made up his mind, Yu Tan decided to tell the truth. If you want someone to help you, you should at least tell the truth, right? It was simple logic. We can still hold on. Scarlet still has dozens of great Buddhas, hundreds of Buddhas, and countless Yuanying. They are also a force to be reckoned with, and have no problems in battle. Our problem comes from within. It's not about whether or not to go to war, but the direction of Scarlet orthodoxy. Since he had chosen to speak, Yutan spoke faster and faster, as if he would never finish. Scarlet is the Buddhist sword vein, and cultivates the Zen sword. The so-called Zen sword is both Zen and sword. After tens of thousands of years, is Zen more important? Or is the sword more important? This has always been a debate within Scarlet orthodoxy. If we had chosen Zen, which is also a requirement of the Western Buddhist sects, then perhaps we would not be in this predicament. But this also means that one day, Scarlet orthodoxy will no longer live by the sword, and will become like other Buddhist orthodoxies, with many branches, each with their own Tao. The Zen sword is just one of them, and the proportion will continue to decrease. If we had chosen the sword, we would not have been able to avoid the suppression of the Western Buddhist sect. We may be swordsmen forever, but the biggest problem is how to survive, just like now. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This was a bit like the Huashan sword sect and the Master of Qi. Things were getting more and more complicated, and his head was hurting. What about history? Yutan explained, in history, the Scarlet Sword vein originated from a group of wandering swordsmen, but it was too far away to investigate. They took root in Scarlet orthodoxy, and because of the environment of the universe at that time, they began to fuse with Buddhism in order to survive. They fought and killed, and in the end, a genius swordsman created the Zen sword technique, and finally established a foothold in Scarlet orthodoxy. But at the core, the sword was the most important, and the Zen was the least important. That was the true philosophy of the ancestors. The so-called Zen was just a cover to fool the surrounding Buddhist sects. That was the original intention, but the original intention can change. Yutan sighed, the environment determines the orthodoxy, that is the truth. If the ancestors were to settle down in the eastern sky, it would definitely be a sword vein. However, once they set foot in Crimson, they would inevitably deviate towards Buddhism. In the mortal world, if this place doesn't want me, there will naturally be a place for me. Our ideals are different, so I'll just leave. But in the cultivation world, the place was bigger and the space was wider, but there was no place to stay. Unless they leave the Western paradise. But you also know that when a Tao orthodoxy moves across the celestial realm, it is no longer a matter of injuring their muscles and bones. It is a matter of losing their arms, legs, and head. He could only persevere here. In perseverance, when the pressure from Buddhism was greater, he would lean towards the direction of Zen. When the pressure was less, he would lean back towards the direction of the sword. However, being in the Western heaven, Buddhism was always under great pressure. It was under such imperceptible influence that the Crimson orthodoxy started from the core position of the sword, to the rise of the Zen, and finally to a tie in the end. Especially in the last 10,000 years, because the epoch is about to change, this shift has become even more obvious. Yutan said hatefully, "We are very clear about the Alliance's intentions. It is not that they have set their sights on the Crimson Star, nor is it that they want to uproot us. What they mean is that they hope for the Zen to take over the dominant position in the Crimson orthodoxy, slowly squeezing out the living space of the sword. Over time, the Crimson orthodoxy will be completely assimilated into the power of Buddhism. At that time, it is hard to say if there will be any Zen swords left." Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but sigh. Another Tao orthodox's tragedy. He could guess what would happen next. Originally, if there was no great change in the epoch, such subtle changes would have happened in another 10,000 years. When the time came, the Crimson orthodoxy would have been completely controlled by the Zen, and there would not even be any resistance. It would have been a natural change, and there would not even be a single Dharma assembly. This was the method that Buddhism was best at. They would not even have the strength to struggle when they realized what was going on. Perhaps there would only be a few old and young survivors singing sad songs, and they would not even be able to see the splash of water when they fell into the tide. On this point, even Taoism could not compare. In terms of ideology, Taoism was more tolerant. You just had to admit that you were a branch of Taoism. If you did not want to, you must become the orthodox Taoism like the Three Pure Ones or Ju Yi. Of course, there was also the determination of the founding ancestors like Emperor Shenyuan. They mercilessly extinguished all methods other than the sword. They did not give any chance for other ideologies to grow stronger. That was why there was the current Shenyuan. The Crimson Orthodoxy was not good. The environment was not good, and the founding ancestors were not firm enough. As a result, the loopholes became bigger and bigger, to the point that it could even compete with the mainstream sword. Originally, this should have been a natural transition process, but the epoch change disrupted the rhythm of Buddhism's layout in the Western paradise. In the 2 universe wars in the Eastern paradise, Lu Xiaoyi's little shit stick made a commotion, completely messing up the already urgent rhythm. Buddhism had no choice but to follow this chaotic rhythm, and they could only take action in advance. In the Western paradise, taking the Crimson Orthodoxy as an example, now was not the right time to take action. Originally, the Zen monks of the Crimson Orthodoxy could have peacefully transitioned after a few years. Now, with the siege of the Buddhist alliance, they were gathered together again. In the current situation, the heart of the sword was not dead yet. They would rather die than submit to the invasion of foreign enemies. After several years of war, the situation is not good. Morale has begun to drop, and there is no hope. At this time, the Zen school of thought has begun to rise again. After several years of war, the backbone of the sword school has suffered great losses. Under the contrast of power, the situation has begun to develop in an inexplicable direction. This poor monk is from the sword school. I admit that I am a monk, but I am also a swordsman. I do not wish for the future Crimson to become a completely lifeless Buddhist land, but there is nothing I can do about it. Staying in the secret base is too stifling, so I asked for this job to relieve my boredom. I did not expect to meet you, great immortal. Lu Xiaoyi roughly understood, but his headache worsened. Then, as a member of the Crimson Orthodoxy, if you had the ability to manage the entire situation, what would you do? Yutan was a little confused. Lu Xiaoyi was even more straightforward. Let's put it this way. Do you know Tu Muyun? If you were Tu Muyun from the exterior world, what would you do? Yutan was a little stuttering. Ancestor Yun is still alive. Lu Xiaoyi was impatient. He won't die for a while, but if he knew that you guys were so talkative and timid, he probably wouldn't have needed to ascend to immortality. He might as well have climbed the ladder and hung himself. That would have saved me a lot of trouble. You have to know that in the later period of the universe's chaos, even half-immortals could come down, including your ancestor Yun. You don't want him to see Scarlet in such an unlucky state where she can't even solve her own internal problems, do you? Chapter 1959. Lu Xiaoyi had no choice but to remind him as the two of them traveled back and forth in the void. You just have to lead the way. Don't worry about whether someone is following behind you, understand? Only then did Yutan stop his meaningless attempts to scare himself. Thinking about it, what kind of abnormality would a half-immortal not be able to discover? More than 10 days later, the two of them passed by the Scarlet Star very close to it. Crimson, gorgeous crimson, bright red, 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 these words were very appropriate to describe this celestial body. This was because the fire element energy on the celestial body was very strong, causing the entire celestial body to be in a state as if it was being burned by fire. But in fact, there were still humans living here. It was just that the number of humans here was not as high as that of a normal world. The physique of the mortals here was also different from that of a normal star field. They could not migrate and adapt to the environment here. This is the Scarlet Star, which is what the Scarlet people call it. But the Buddhists of the Western Paradise don't call it that. They call it the Red Lotus Domain, after the meaning of the Red Lotus Hellfire. Just this name alone is enough to place us in the Buddhist sect's hierarchy. If we comply with them, we can survive and preach here. If we don't, we will take back the Red Lotus Holy Land that originally belonged to the Buddhist. This has always been a saying, but recently it has become very popular. Lu Xiaoyi smiled faintly. In fact, it's just a saying. If you take a fancy to it, you will be part of the Buddhist's fate. That's all. After passing by, they gradually distanced themselves from the other side of the Scarlet Star. Yutan introduced, the Scarlet Star is now in the hands of the Western Paradise Buddhist Alliance, but this kind of occupation is meaningless in the short term. To change the influence of the Zen sword on the Scarlet Star is not something that can be done in a day, so we are not in a hurry to take it back. But if this goes on for a long time, the basic cultivation forces will not be able to continue, then how long can we last? A few hundred years later, without a new generation of Yuanying to replace them, the current Yuanying can only wither away, except for a few upper-level perfected monarchs. The swordsman group that can fight will only be left with perfected monarchs. In another 1,000 years, perhaps only the primordial spirit and yang spirit will be left. What is the point of persevering like this? A month later, the two of them came to a comet and went in from the tail of the comet. This place was not bad. It was not suitable for large groups to fight, but it was very convenient for small groups to disperse and leave. Because of the comet's own characteristics, the Buddhist divine arts were not very effective here. Of course, the premise was that the strength of the Western Heavens Buddhist sect had to be careful of their own casualties. If they went all out, the huge disadvantage in numbers would never be able to make up for it. After entering Star Explosion, Lu Xiaoyi already knew where these Buddhist swordsmen gathered even without Yutan's guidance. He followed Yutan all the way into the depths, and more Zen swordsmen appeared in his perception. Because they were in the tail of the comet, there were no large meteorites for them to gather together. Therefore, they were basically in a group. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Although he did not know how much damage the Crimson Sword vein had suffered over the years, he did not care about the casualties. The swordsmen did not have the heart to kill, so why would they cultivate the sword? They should just pray to Buddha. Yutan brought a stranger back. This was not a new thing during the war. During the war, there was always a need for eyes and ears. No matter how indifferent he was, he still had some friends. He was a Buddha, so he knew what was important and had the right to do so. Yutan was still there reminding him, "Mighty immortal, I will lead you to the place later. Please don't be impatient. I will inform my senior brothers to come and see you." Lu Xiaoyi ignored his clamor. His time here was limited, so he did not have the time to do things slowly. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could relax. There was still a lot of bad debt waiting to be settled. As soon as the flying sword flew out, millions of sword lights formed a huge sword dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It rampaged through the comet as if it was unstoppable. The comet dust and the small meteorites under the buttocks of the Zen swords were all scattered and smashed into pieces. The sword whistled, not like someone who came to help, but more like someone who came to destroy the place. How could Yutan stop it? In the midst of the awkwardness, he did not need to inform them one by one. From the Sun Spirit to the Yuanying and the Crimson Sword vein, all of them were gathered here. Yutan knew that he might have gotten into big trouble. He seemed to be a very polite person. Why did he start to go crazy as soon as he arrived? He hurriedly went forward and used his fastest speed to explain everything to his senior brothers. Before he could finish explaining, he saw that his senior brother's eyes had already changed. When he turned back, a red stone sword was floating in front of the madman. The sword's letter was swallowing in and out, as if it was about to swallow someone whole. Few people with low realms, such as the Bodhisattvas, recognized this sword, but all the great Buddhas knew it. Everyone at the Buddha level knew that this was the inherited treasure of the Crimson Sword vein, the Lei sword. They were also known as the Three Stone Swords. One of them had disappeared with the first ancestor, and its whereabouts were unknown. Another one had been taken to the exterior realm by the ancestor Tu Muyun, and the last one had been placed in the Scarlet Star. Now, it was being carried around by a great Buddha and was being kept safe. Now that the stone sword was out, the sword box on the great Buddha's back vibrated uncontrollably. It could not be controlled and soared into the sky. The two stone swords intertwined with each other, emitting a fierce light. The great and small Buddhas bowed down one by one. They paid more attention to etiquette than the Taoists. Then, it was the Bodhisattvas who came to their senses. Lu Xiaoyi did not feel guilty at all. Bowing to the stone sword was the same as bowing to him. It did not matter what they bowed to, the key was that it was useful. What was the use of bowing to old Tu? They still had to bow to him. He exhaled and said in a very vulgar manner, "Old Tu is dying. He can't come down himself, so he begged me to come down and wipe his ass. Now that I've taken a look, I see that all of you are leaking. Can you wipe it clean? It's better not to wipe it. Smelling is also a choice. The great and small Buddhas below were depressed. First, he was a half-immortal and had the confidence to be rude. Second, he was invited by the ancestor Yun and the stone sword could not be faked. Third, they heard that the swordsman of the Eastern Heaven was classified as a heterodox sect. They were one of the most vulgar and one of the most vulgar in the universe. They were famous for being barbaric. If a person who was usually gentle spoke vulgarities, it must be because he was forced to do so. But if a man spoke vulgarities, it could be his catchphrase. Maybe it was a kind of friendly way of expressing himself. Everyone understood very well. The great Buddha asked sadly, what happened to the ancestor Yun? Did he die of old age? Or was he killed by a traitor in the exterior realm? It looks like he will be able to come down in 1,000 years. This. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. It's not what you think. If old Tu wants to become an immortal, how many thousands of years would it take for an immortal to appear? Isn't that the same as courting death? That's why I said his dying. Let's not talk about someone who's dying. Now that the Scarlet Man is talking, who agrees? Who objects? Chapter 1960. This was the typical behavior of a crazy swordsman, but Lu Xiaoyi had his reasons for doing so. In Shenyuan, Wei Sword Mountain, Firmament Sword Sect, and Western Brightsword Mansion, if he dared to be so presumptuous, he would have been beaten to a pulp. This was the essence of a real swordsman. He dared to draw his sword against anyone, but not here. Lu Xiaoyi knew that they lacked the basic essence, qi, and spirit after just one look. The people here did not need discussion and respect, but orders and power. Back then, when Tu Muyun had introduced his sect to him, he had also said that the Scarlet Sword Mountain Range was very respectful of their lineage and ancestors. They were very strict about rules. In order to make it easier for him to reach out, giving him the stone sword represented everything. It was a hot potato, but also a form of trust. Lu Xiaoyi did not want to use it. He did not want to keep a low profile and pretend to be stupid, then take out the stone sword to show off. There were many ways to pretend to be stupid. Some were to show off first, and some were to show off all the way. Just feel good. This time, he did not have to keep a low profile, and there was a different kind of spirit. The scene fell into a dead silence. With Lei Jian and the swordsman around, everything should have been natural. But the problem was that this swordsman was not the Cloud Ancestor. He was not even the Scarlet Man. He was just a swordsman, and a swordsman at that. Then, could he entrust his life to? Could he entrust the domain? Could he entrust his future? A great Buddha stood up and tried to soften his tone. We think that at least we have the right to know your plan, right? The situation of the Scarlet Man is complicated. Perhaps the great immortal does not understand. Lu Xiaoyi rejected. What do I need to understand? You all understand, but now you are reduced to hiding in the tail of a comet. My time is precious. Although I was entrusted by Tu Muyun, I do not have much time to care about your trivial matters. How about this? I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll set the time into 3 points. 1 year later, you have the right to decide whether to accept my guidance or not. 3 years later, you'll have the same opportunity. Then, 10 years later, but before that, you all have to treat me as your Cloud Ancestor. Is there a problem? In other words, he would be in charge of taking everything for a year. Then, everyone would judge based on the situation. This method was neither good nor bad. He could give face to the Cloud Ancestor and make his own decisions after a year. It was only a year, so there shouldn't be any major problems, right? The leader of the young gods was very cautious. May I know your name, Immortal? Where is the Immortal Village? Which orthodoxy is it? Lu Xiaoyi looked at them coldly. Lu Xiaoyi. The entire scene was silent, and not a single person dared to make a sound. Lu Xiaoyi's name had started to spread throughout the universe after the First Universe War, but it was mostly limited to the eastern elephant sky and the northern sky. His fame was still within the origin world, so it was still considered normal. However, after the Second Universe War in the eastern sky, the speed of his fame spread expanded to a point where it was somewhat uncontrollable. This was because it involved the outer and outer scenic skies. The destruction of the Hung River realm was a warning to all the powerful realms. The collision between the inner and outer scenic skies had made him infamous in the half-immortal world. He had even reached the exterior enforcer level. He had shocked the unspeakable lands, vowed to hunt down the half-immortals who had committed crimes, and went against the immortal monarch. After doing such a big thing, he still retained the position of enforcer in the heavenly eyes. Was he going to be promoted to a permanent worker? The heavens really didn't have eyes. When all of this was combined with the things that this person was showing now, it seemed normal. Such a person should have such a domineering aura. If he were to say something soft, would he still be Lu Xiaoyi? As the leader of the Origin World swordsman system, no, now he might even have the inner and outer scenic skies. With this person in charge, Scarlet should still have hope, right? This was the thought of the hot-blooded people, but rational people wouldn't think so. In the cultivation world, the strength of an individual couldn't be compared to the strength of a group. He wasn't the only half-immortal who could come down. There were many. 1 or 2 of them might not be his match, but what about 8 or 10 or more? In the First Universe War, he was famous because he had the swordsman army under his command. He relied on the strength of a group. In the Second Universe War, it was even more exaggerated that he could destroy a world. The lineup of 300 sun gods was still the strength of a group. In the collision of the inner and outer scenic skies, there were 4 inner scenic skies and 50 Avilders following. It was still the strength of a group. The outer scenic sky of the enforcers and dozens of enforcers were forever the strength of a group. This was the essence. People always like to see things on the surface of hot-blooded impulses, but the truth hidden under the surface was what made people alert. So now, where was the strength of a group? Just based on the defeated soldiers of the Scarlet Buddha sword vein? It might be strong enough for a realm, but for an alliance, especially an alliance like the Buddhist sect, it was like a firefly to the bright moon. There was no comparison. Even if the firefly was guided by a lantern, the matter was settled for the time being. The Scarlet Swordsman recognized the 1-year limit. Just based on the name Lu Xiaoyi, it was worth it. At the very least, the battles he led didn't seem to have been defeated. From the beginning to the end, Lu Xiaoyi didn't mention a word about the battle of the Zen sword in Scarlet. He couldn't mention it. How could he mention it? This wasn't something that could be solved by talking. He could only rely on fighting. Blood. Everyone dispersed in excitement. Only the 2 great Buddhas didn't leave. I'm Dragon Pool. Greetings, Enforcer Lu. I'm Zhao Jian. Greetings, Enforcer Lu. There was no need to guess. They must be the leaders of the Zen and Sword factions. Judging from their auras, Long Tan was from the Sword faction, and Zhao Jian was from the Zen faction. They didn't try to hide it, but Lu Xiaoyi deliberately ignored them. There are 2 things to do now. The 2 great Buddhas wanted to get close to him, but they didn't expect Enforcer Lu to be so resolute. They hurriedly replied, "Please speak, Enforcer." "We'll obey." Lu Xiaoyi stretched out a finger. "First, from today onwards, all Scarlet Swordsmen are only allowed to enter and not leave. Try to recall the scattered patrolling outside. Can you do that?" Was this the rhythm of a big war? The 2 great Buddhas were excited and worried, but they didn't show it. At their level, shrewdness was necessary. They couldn't see anything now. Even if there was a problem, they would have to wait until they had some clues. He stretched out a second finger. "Do you have some kind of connection with the Western Heaven Buddhist Alliance? Direct or indirect?" Zhao Jian nodded. "Yes, indirect means some forces are negotiating with each other and taking on some things that neither side wants to do personally, such as the exchange of prisoners of war." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. "Okay, don't give up on this line. Within 10 days, we have to make sure this line is unblocked." Dragon Pool and Zhao Jian looked at each other. They were both very surprised. This was basically saying that there would be news. What kind of news would it be? News of the Alliance gathering? Or some other unexpected surprise? This line had always been unblocked. This was also the norm in the war between cultivators. They could avoid some situations that neither side wanted to see. Just like when Heaven's Choice and Juzyan fought, it didn't affect the upper echelon's communication. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.